a stream that I think I have high hopes for this stream. You know what? That's gonna sound like I don't have high hopes for most streams, which is not the case. I just have even higher hopes. I think it's gonna be a fun stream today. I think. Oh, I had to reset my computer, so a lot of things aren't open that I'm used to having being open. Oh, before I start streaming. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm just being dramatic. Here we go. I'm looking forward to tonight's stream. I think some interesting stuff can happen in Umineko tonight. Now I'm literally just gonna have that song stuck in my head. During the whole playthrough. It's fine. It's fine. It's what ends up happening when I play music before stream. Let me make sure that's all good. Alright, so if I'm remembering correctly, last time on Umineko, which was back on Wednesday, basically, we saw there was more of the back and forth between, you know, the disgraced, the replaced Beatrice. Her being like, oh, but, Battler, why are you so mad at me? And Battler's like, because you're fucking psychotic. And she was like, that doesn't seem fair. And she was also like, that wasn't me. That was the new Beatrice. And then Battler was like, no, dude, I saw you smiling as this Beatrice was doing her thing and torturing Rosa and Maria. And then she was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you'd be so mad at me. Such a toxic relationship, the two of them. You know, they just need to part ways officially, in my expert opinion. But, yeah, so that whole thing, that was like the main thing of yesterday. And then, so they found out Rosa and Maria died, the rest of the group, the adults, the kids, I believe, as well. And they're like, all right, you know what? To wait out the storm, we need to just barricade ourselves, like, massively, for safety. And then, if I'm remembering correctly, one of the last things we did before the scene transition, excellent little tease, excellent little cliffhanger is the word I'm looking for. The phrase is that Kairi, hopefully we'll learn exactly why, and I can only guess why, but Kairi came in, and I think to Kraus, but maybe someone else was like, hey, I need to go outside. Basically saying I need to leave the safety of barricading inside. And I assume she has some kind of either plan or she wants to test out some kind of scientific process. Maybe she's like, I really have like, I have a school project I need to turn in. That's such a dumb joke. You know, scientific, you know, the board, you know, stereotypical, like, whatever. What happens when I tempt my life with Beatrice when I go outside the mansion's borders? Problem. People keep dying. To something. Hypothesis. If I go outside with a gun in a group, I will not die to Beatrice. I don't remember the rest of the steps of the scientific process. I know conclusion is at the end. Problem, it's one of those things that you learn in like grade school where you're just like, you even as a kid, you're like, I'm gonna leave school and this is immediately gonna be like wiped from my brain. Problem, hypothesis, results, conclusion. There's some missing middle steps. There's the actual steps in the process that are supposed to be like testing and shit, but I don't know what they're called. That's gonna bug me. I'm too lazy to check, though. So, but yeah, I think tonight's gonna be a fun stream. We're just gonna do a chunk of Umineko here. I suggest get yourself some kind of bevy, even if it's water. A good double points if it's just water. And watch as I just read some Umineko. I'll say it from the top here. I will not be streaming next Saturday. Almost for sure won't be streaming next Saturday due to other plans. So I'm going to try to figure out what that means for Umineko's streams for next week. But it might be that I just do maybe a smaller Friday night thing. We might be Umineko Light next week is what I'm saying. Umineko Light. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
確かにわずかばかりの朝食では体が持たないが、しかし。
Alright, so let's do the usual scrub back just a couple. Yeah, so this was Kairi saying she wanted to go outside. This was her saying, Kairi called Rudolph out into the corridor. It was obvious that she wanted to talk about something that she didn't want the others to hear. So she's being secretive. I think not secretive. I think she just doesn't want to worry people. She doesn't have to worry. Does that make sense? What's going on? What did you want to talk about? So this was all still that scene where she's getting the attention. Oh yeah, this is, I think this was, Renove and Blonde Beatrice. Beatrice was like, hey, make cookies so that I can win over Battler again. He really liked your cookies before, Renove. And Renove is like, yeah, I'll fucking make the cookies. The way I remember some of these stuff. Some of the stuff. Oh, that's why the mouse keeps going there. Okay. So now I can move it. So, Kraus says, certainly, the body cannot last nothing more than a small breakfast, but...
もちろん分かってるさ。
Of course, we understand.
だがな、時間を置けばどんどん暗くなってくる。
Still, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker out.
多分今が一番明るい。
It's probably at its brightest now.
今が一番都合がいいんだ。
It's the most convenient time.
ローザさんたちが襲われてからまだ1時間も経ったかどうかですよ。
Only about an hour has passed since Rosa-san was attacked.
いくらなんでも不用心です。
This is simply too reckless. It was only natural that Natsui was yelling about recklessness. After all, Rudolph had said he was going to the mansion to get food. Let me just audio just slightly here. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. Certainly on top of their fatigue, their hunger was tormenting them. In the beginning, a mild level of hunger had been just what they needed to fight off drowsiness. However, it now just made their minds hazy, since it was still only midday, and their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. The thought of going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive.
私は反対です。
I am opposed to this.
多少は辛いでしょうが、断じてここを出るべきではありません。
It may be a little rough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place.
私たちはいい。
Don't worry about us.
だが子供たちにひもじい思いをさせるのは心が痛む。
But it would pain my heart to keep the children hungry.
親として責任を負わねばなるまい。
I must be responsible as a parent.
あなた。
Dear.
お父様が亡くなられた今、後宮家の当主はあなたです。
Now that father is dead, you are the Ushiromiya family head.
そのような危険を冒すことは許されません。
Now that father is dead, you're the family head. Whatever. It is not permissible for you to take on such a danger.
そうね。
You're right.
夏日さんの言う通りよ。
It's like Natsui-san says.
クラウスさんはリーダーとしてここに残るべきね。
Kraus-san, you should remain here as our leader.
なら、誰が屋敷へ行くんだね。
Then who will go to the mansion?
俺とキリエ、あと秀吉兄さんの3人で行こうと思う。
I think it should be Kairi and me, and Hideyoshi-san as, too.
俺と秀吉兄さんは銃を持ってる。
Hideyoshi-san and I have guns. I don't think I've pointed this out in this game, or pointed this out in the series before, but multiple times they've used that door like ka-chunk, ka-chunk, like opening or closing noise, like a latch or something, a sound effect for like to be as the gun. I assume like a reloading or something, cocking it. I don't know, gun terms. But like they've done that multiple times. Every time it throws me off because I'm like, wait, did someone come in or go out? And then it shows them with the gun, and I'm like, oh, gun noise. Gun noise. They shouldn't be able to lay a hand on us that easily.
ローザさんも銃を持っていましたが襲われました。
Rosa-san also had a gun, but she was
危
attacked.
険ではありませんか？
Won't it be dangerous?
ローザたちの様子を確かめに出た時、銃を持っていたが、俺は一人だった。
When I went out to check on Rosa Maria-chan, I had a gun, but I was alone.
だが襲われなかった。
And yet, I wasn't attacked.
男が相手なら、向こうも慎重なのかもしれないぜ。
Maybe they'll be cautious if their opponent is a man.
男性が2人、
We'll have 2 men,
そしてさらに銃も2丁。
and even 2 guns.
2人には護衛役に徹してもらって、
Basic
荷物
math.
は台車で私が運ぶわ。
Those 2 will act as guards, and I'll transport our cargo using a cart.
ローザさんの時とは状況が明らかに異なるはずよ。
I believe the situation will be significantly different than it was for Rosa-san. Okay, so, unless there's something that's being hidden intentionally, this is less of a plan from Kairi than I thought it was. I thought it was going to be Kairi trying to figure something out, but it seems more like she's just like, we need food, fuck. We gotta go out.
わしを男と見込んでの話なら、喜んで協力させてもらうで。
If you're counting on me because I'm a man, I'd be happy to help. Kairi is basically like, what good does safety do us if we are starving?
こう見えても屋台を引いて鍛えた体や。
I may not look it, but I'm built up pretty strong from pushing food stands around.
力仕事は任せてえな。
Leave the heavy lifting to me.
男性は護衛役に徹してくれていいの。
You men can devote yourselves to guarding. I feel like I've given every character a different, like, tone of speaking for some reason tonight. What's going on?
使用人室に折りたたみ式の台車があったから、
Unintentional.
それを使えば私一人でも十分に食料が運べるわ。
There's a folding cart in the servant room, and using that, I should be able to handle carrying the food.
もちろん用心はする。
It could be, maybe I'm losing my voice. That would be fun. Just lose my voice. Of course, we'll be careful.
そしてこの冒険を一度だけ成功させれば、もう二度と
And if we can succeed in this adventure just once,
私たちはここを出る危険を冒す必要はないの。
there won't be any need for us to take risks again.
なんとか考え直せませんか？
Is there any way I can get you to rethink this?
皆さんに空腹を強いるのは心苦しいですが、しかし今の外は何が起こるか分かりません。
It may be painful for everyone to deal with empty stomachs, but even so, we do not know what is happening outside now. I swear, if this gets Kairi killed, I'm gonna be pissed. Gonna be pissed.
用心するで。
We'll take care.
それにエヴァはだいぶ体調が悪いんや。
And Eva's feeling pretty bad, darn bad right now.
空腹にはできん。
We can't let her stay hungry.
胃袋が空っぽじゃ飲める薬も飲めんわ。
If her stomach's empty, she can't take her medicine.
エヴァのためにもわしは出かけにはならんのや。
I have to go out for Eva's sake as well. Hideyoshi being a good guy.
エヴァの具合はどうなんだね。
How is Eva?
ようやく寝入ってくれたとこや。
It looks like she's finally gotten to sleep.
熱も高い。
She has a high fever.
しばらくそっとしたってや。
If we just leave her be for a while,
妻の体調があっては座してもいられんか。
you can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health.
わかった。
Understood.
外出を許可しよう。
I'll give you permission to go outside. Phew. Like I was asking Kraus. Like he was asking. He was not asking.
じゃ、俺たちはさっくりと行ってくるぜ。
Then we'll take a little trip there and back.
スピード勝負だ。
A speed contest.
缶詰は OK だよな。
We'll make a game out of our safety. Canned food's okay, right?
缶切りくれこっちにあるよね。
You at least have a can opener here, don't you?
はい、
Yes.
缶切りと栓抜きはあります。
We have a can opener and a bottle opener.
ゲストハウスに水道があるから飲み物は不要よね。
There's running water in the guest house, so we won't need anything to drink.
10人分もあるんだから好き嫌いは言わせないわ。
We need to get 10 people's worth, so no being picky about what you get.
よっしゃ。
Alright,
だだって走ってってさっさと持ってこようやないか。
why don't we dash out and bring it back quickly?
傘なんてさせてる暇あらへんで。
There's no time to open umbrellas.
じゃあ兄貴。
This is there. I mean, sure. There's this fear of the unknown from them that they're like, we are opening ourselves up to danger and we've seen people die. But they're acting as if like they're gonna step out and it's like you're going into like immediately like shark infested waters. They're like, we're gonna step out and potentially just get eaten. And maybe that's fair on their part. They've got fear, and like I said, fear of the unknown. And maybe the new Beatrice will just like swoop down on them like the moment they pop their foot out the door. To me, this seems foolish. If you're this afraid of the unknown, I would just stay indoors. But I think we've all established I'm a very cautious Carl. So, see you, Aniki.
留守番を頼むぜ。
I'll trust you to look after this place.
気をつけてな。
Take care.
本当ならば自分も行きたい。
Under normal circumstances, I want to go too.
男に生まれながらこのような急場で力を貸せぬ長男の肩書きが恨めしい。
Being a man, I despise how this title of the oldest brother prevents me from lending a hand in an emergency like this.
こういう時くらいしか俺らには見せ場がないのさ。
This is about the only time we get to show off.
たまには譲って兄貴はのんびりしてろい。
Sit back and take it easy every once in a while, Aniki.
じゃあな、夏日さん。
Okay, Natsui-san,
タオルの準備でもして待っててくれ。
wait here and get some towels ready or something.
傘はささねえから濡れネズミで帰ってくるぜ。
We aren't using umbrellas, so we'll be soaked to the bone when we get back.
わかりました。
Understood.
お気をつけて。
Take care. Rudolph, Kairi, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Compared to the time Rose and Maria had gone outside, the winds were much stronger. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns in a folded cart. If everything had been still and quiet, without the wind and the rain, they would probably have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in this rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it'd be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. If there was a chance that their opponent was equipped with a gun, then walking slowly with their guard up would only make them targets. Taking swift action was probably the correct choice.
バラティー
The Rose Garden!
カモがネギしょってきたと思うとるかもしれんで。
Feels like we're just asking to be attacked.
頼むぜ。誰も出てきてくれるなよ。
Please let nobody come out of there. Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa and Maria's deaths had not been caused by a projectile weapon. However, it was easy to suspect that the servants had been killed in such a manner. Oh, I've got hiccups. Uh-oh. Panic. Will they come flying out of the dark? Or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief.
まずは問題なしやな。
No problems for the first step,
ローザさんの時とは違う。
unlike how it was for Rosa-san.
うかつに手は出せんやろ。
Maybe they can't get their hands on us easily.
そう信じたいね。
I'd like to believe that.
キリエ、俺たちが見張ってる間に鍵を開けてくれ。
Kyrie, I'll lock the door while we keep a lookout.
ええ
Sure.
SP が2人もついたお屋敷に帰宅だなんて実にエグゼクティブな気分よ。
Returning home to the mansion with a pair of SPs makes me feel just like an executive.
赤絨毯で召使いのお出迎えがあれば完璧や。
If we had a welcoming party of servants with a red carpet, it'd be perfect.
お出迎えか。
A welcoming party, huh?
あるかもな。
You never know.
用心しようぜ。
Be careful. As the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kyrie unlocked the entrance with the master key she had been given.
開いたわ。
It's open.
秀吉兄さん、
Hideyoshi-san,
先頭を頼めるか。
could you take the front?
俺は背後を警戒するぜ。
I'll keep an eye on the rear.
了解や。
Understood.
キリエさん、わしの影から出ないようにな。
Kyrie-san, try not to move from my shadow. Try not to
ほ
move
な、
from my
突入
shadow.
するで。
Okay, let's break in.
後方了解。援護するぜ。
Rear guard, roger that. Covering. They're so
男
tactical.
の人ってやね。
Like a SWAT team trying to get some canned food. Men.
この状況をちょっぴり楽しんでるでしょう。
Even in a situation like this, you're just playing around, aren't you?
諦めろよ。それが男ってもんだぜ。
Give it up. That's how men are.
しかし、
Just boys being
変わ
boys.
らずひでえ匂いだな。
Seriously though, that stench is awful. It felt like the air in the mansion was stagnant with a gloomy silence. And on top of that, it was still thick with the stench from Kinzo's burnt corpse in the boiler room. Nasty. And they were struck with an uncontrollable desire to leave the mansion.
前方、問題ないで。
No problems in the front.
厨房まで一っ走りや。
Just a short dash to the kitchen.
とっとと済ませて引き上げよう。
Let's finish this quickly and head home.
スーツが親父の匂いで燻蒸されちまうぜ。
The suit will get fumigated with Dad's stench. The three of them dash towards the kitchen. Oh shit. They're already fucked. You're already fucked. It was a nice attempt. And after they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch appeared there.
まんまと誘い出されたわね。
They were lured out just as planned.
私の罠にまんまと引っかかってくれた。
Just as planned, they got caught in my trap. The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable their hunger had grown, it hadn't even been a few hours since Rosa and Maria had been attacked and lost their lives. In that case, why had they needed to recklessly leave the guest house? Till that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic.
不用心なやつら。
What reckless people.
もう生きてこの屋敷から出しはしないわ。
They'll never leave this mansion alive.
閉じよ鍵よ屋敷よ
Seal yourself, lock. Seal yourself, mansion. The instant she proclaimed that. No, they're so fucked. They're so dead. The mansion was sealed off into a separate world. Unless her barrier was undone, no longer would anyone be able to exit this mansion or enter it.
お見事です。
Spectacular.
無限の魔女を継承してからまだ半日も経たないのに、それほどまでに魔法を使いこなされるとは。
To think that even though barely half a day has passed since you succeeded the Endless Witch, you can use magic this well.
その才能に驚きます。
That talent surprises me.
まるであなたは生まれながらにしての魔女のようだ。
It's almost as though you were born a witch.
だって私生まれた時から魔女だもの。
Well, I have been a witch since the time of my birth.
あなたは瞬きの仕方を誰かに習うの？
Who taught you how to blink?
私が魔法を使えるのはそういうことよ。
That's what using magic is like for me.
恐ろしいお方だ。
What a fearsome person. The witch's face twisted with brutality. She just couldn't help looking forward to toying with someone's life again.
さてさて
Well then.
Hi. まずはルドルフとキリエなわけだけど、どんな残酷な殺し方をしてやろうかしら。
First up is Rudolph and Kyrie, but in what cruel way should I kill them?
失礼ながら
If you don't mind me saying,
先代様より不必要な残酷なる殺害は控えるようご指示を賜っております。
your predecessor Sama has left instructions that you are to restrain yourself from committing murders of unnecessary cruelty.
そして第4の晩以降は生贄の捧げ方に作法がございます。
And there is an etiquette for offering the sacrifices from the fourth twilight onwards.
それには煉獄の七姉妹の力を借りねばなりません。
For that, you must borrow the power of the seven sisters of purgatory.
あら、そうだったの？
Oh, really?
そういえばそうだったわね。
Now that you mention it, that's right.
好き勝手に遊べるのはさっきの第2の晩までなのね。
I could only play as I like with that second twilight.
つまんないわ。
Boring.
またローザの時みたいに思い切り遊べると思ったのに。
Just when I thought I could play to my heart's content like I did with Rosa.
でもそれは最後の殺し方という意味でしょ？
But that only counts for how they've killed in the end, right?
と申しますと
Meaning?
私が何度どれほどの殺し方をしようとも生き返らせて
I could just kill them however I want over and over again, revive them,
最後に碑文の殺し方に沿えばいいわけでしょ？
and then follow the epitaph during the last time I kill them, right?
つまり私がどう遊ぼうと結局は問題ないってことになるわ。
So, in the end, no matter how I play, it isn't a problem.
こんなに面白い力誰がおとなしくなんかするもんか。
Who'd act well behaved with an entertaining power like this? There's no way I'd be able to replicate that. Her absurd argument was, for an endless witch, an extremely valid one. The etiquette that controlled the manner of killing the sacrifices of the fourth twilight and onward was represented by lines like gouge the head. However, that referred to the way those people died in the end. In other words, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. She just had to keep on reviving them, and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Though Renove felt that her innocent cruelty was part of her talent as a witch, he was beginning to notice an innately brutal side of her.
魔女は見習いが最も残忍と申しますが本当のようですね。
They do say that apprentices are the most brutal of witches, and now I see this may be true.
ご随意にと申し上げたいところですが
Do as you wish, is what I would like to say.
ここはやはり自重なさった方が賢明でしょう。
But here, it may actually be wiser to show restraint.
彼らは銃を持っています。
They have guns.
銃のような反魔法力の高い武器は魔女や悪魔の天敵です。
Weapons with a high anti-magic power, such as guns, are the natural enemies of witches and demons. What? Guns have high anti-magic power. They're the natural enemies of witches. Just guns? Just, yeah. What? So the phrase like bring a gun to a magic fight, according to this game's universe, if you're facing off against a witch, someone with infinite power, infinite magical power, just get a couple of your buddies, give them some old-timey fashioned guns, and you should have a fighting chance. This is silly. This is silly. The witch stared blankly at this demon butler who was surprisingly afraid of guns.
話が違うわ。
That can't be right.
魔女は弾丸なんか追いかけられてもへっちゃらじゃないのかしら。
Shouldn't witches be able to take a shot from a bullet easily?
いいえ、
No.
普通の人間と全く同じように致命傷となります。
It would be just as fatal for a witch as it would be for a normal human.
その弱点を気取らせないために
To prevent that weak point from being noticed,
多くの魔女は厳重に防御結界や家具の守備によって身辺を固めるのです。
most witches rigorously strengthen their guard with a defense of protective barriers and furniture.
私にその防御結界というのはあるの？
Do I have any of those protective barrier things?
銃弾をも無効にする結界の構築には十分な準備と儀式が必要です。
Constructing a barrier to make even gun bullets ineffective requires much in the way of preparation and ceremonies.
残念ながら今のベアトリーチェ様にはございません。
I'm afraid to say that Beatrice-sama currently has none of those.
また銃弾を防げるほどの家具の召喚も現在はその準備がありません。
Furthermore, you are currently ill-prepared to summon furniture strong enough to block a bullet. Our summoning jutsu is bad.
これほどの魔力を持つ大魔女になりながら、それでもやはり鉛玉に怯えなければならないのね。
So even though I've become a great witch, with this much magical power, I really do have to be afraid of lead bullets?
不愉快だけど仕方がないわ。
It's annoying, but I don't have a choice.
となれば家具を呼び出して私の手足とすればいいわけね。
So, in that case, should I call some furniture to act as my arms and legs?
はい、
Yes.
危険に身をさらさず家具に全てを任すのもまた魔女の優雅なるたしなみでございます。
Leaving everything to your servants while not exposing yourself to danger is also a part of a witch's refined taste.
ここは家具に任せ、ベアトリーチェ様は安全なところへお隠れを。
Beatrice-sama, leave this to the furniture and hide in a safe place.
わかったわ。
I get it.
煉
But she's
獄
not
の
happy
七
about
姉
it.
妹？
I call on the Seven Sisters of Purgatory.
誰でもいいわ。適当に二人。
I don't care who. Any two. Leviathan and Belphegor responded to that call. Belphegor.
人のレビアタン、ここに。
Leviathan of Envy, right here.
タイダのベルフェゴール。
Belphegor of Sloth, right here.
あんたたちの力を見せてもらうわ。
Show me your power.
標的はルドルフとキリエ。
Your targets are Rudolph and Kyrie.
秀吉はダメよ。
Don't attack Hideyoshi.
さあ、あなたたちがどれだけ残酷な家具なのか、私に見せてみて。
Come on, show me just how cruel you can be, furniture. So I assume she's not going after Hideyoshi because that pact she made with the actual Eva, adult Eva, where she's like, I won't attack your direct family. So I assume Eva Beatrice here is sticking true to that. Good for her.
恐れなが
Bad
ら
for Kyrie. My apologies.
先代様より不要なる残酷行為は控えるようご命令を賜っております。
But we've received orders from the predecessor Sama to refrain from unnecessarily cruel actions.
でも、先代様のご命令の範囲内でいたぶることはできると思います。
But I think the predecessor Sama's order does give us some leeway to tease them.
それでもよろしいですか？
Do you still want to go through with it? Hello. Huh.
わかった。それで妥協するわ。
I get it. I'll compromise. I'm sure Eva Beatrice here is very happy that all the people she's supposed to have power over, her servants and everything, are constantly telling her, yeah, the Beatrice before you that you took the title from, she's told us to, like, not be mean and cruel. Like, I'm sure Eva Beatrice here loves being told that. I'm sure she's not going to get pissy about that.
簡単に殺してはダメよ。
Don't let them die easily.
徹底的に追い詰めて、死の恐怖を味わわせてから殺すのよ。
Thoroughly corner them and let them taste the fear of death before killing them.
それでいいのかしら、ロノウェ？
Will that be okay, Renove?
はい、 程度をお考えいただければ問題ないかと思います。
Yes. Depending on the degree, I do not believe there will be a problem.
ならお行きなさい。
Then go.
はい、お任せを。
Yes, leave it to us.
相手は銃で武装しています。
Your opponents are armed with guns.
あなたたちほどのものならばかわすことはたやすいでしょうが、
For those such as you, dodging them should be easy.
もしも当たれば致命傷ですよ。
But if you are hit, the wound will be fatal. Oh
くれ
shit.
ぐれも用心を。
Oh my god, are we gonna see them take a fatal hit? Please. Please. Proceed with an appropriate level of caution.
ご心配なく、
Don't worry.
そのような無様は晒しません。
We aren't that incompetent. Do we start to see the Sisters of Purgatory start to, like, on the power rankings, like, lower? I mean, was it earlier in this episode or last episode where they were fighting, I guess it was probably earlier this episode, fighting Shannon, maybe? Or no, fighting Cannon. And then Cannon was able to take out one of them and thought he had won. So, like, maybe they're not that great. So then, are you saying do I believe in Kairi? Like, if Kairi to defend herself? I need Kairi to get, like, one shot off against these sisters. Land one shot. Land one shot challenge. Impossible. The two Sisters of Purgatory vanished. Renove bowed and vanished himself.
殺し方にまでルールがね。
There are even rules on how to kill them.
なんで私が先代様に気兼ねしなくちゃならないの？
Why do I have to be constrained by my predecessor, Sama?
窮屈でつまらない。
It's so rigid and boring. As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hung in the wall, she cursed. The three people had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Considering the possibility of poison, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables, and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned foods. Man, canned foods always having to save this fucking family episode after episode. It was very heavy, but by piling it on the cart, they could carry it well enough. Canned food, the most consistent side character in Umineko so far. The most consistently overperforming. Canned food. We raise a glass to you, canned food. This should be more than enough for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. I should carry them until the boat arrives. The two men were supposed to be focused solely on guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kairi even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty.
これだけあればジョージたちも満腹やろ。
With all this, even George and the kids will be full.
帰るまでが遠足や。行くで。
The trip back will be a picnic, so let's go. When Hideyoshi vigorously announced their departure, Kairi frowned and seemed to be gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No, if her gaze could go through that, there was the main hall beyond it. Main hall. What is it, Kairi?
チリチリするの。
It's vague,
嫌な予感がするわ。
but I've got a bad feeling gnawing at me. Kairi stopped walking and narrowed her eyes even further.
女の勘か。
Women's intuition? At times like this, Kairi's intuition often rang true, even when she didn't have a logical reason. Rudolph believed in that intuition.
ええ、
Yes,
多分私たちは待ち伏せされてる。
someone's probably waiting to ambush us.
さっきまではその気配はなかったの。
I didn't sense them before,
でもたった今感じたわ。
but just now, I felt it.
たった今 私たちは
Just now, someone
待ち伏せられた。
set up an ambush for us.
なら来た道を戻る義理はね
Then there's no reason to go back the way we came.
えな。そこに勝手口があるじゃねえか。
There's a back door over there, right? Also, good on fucking Rudolph here for just believing his wife. I know it's like bare minimum bar on the floor kind of thing. But at the very least, he didn't just laugh her off. He didn't just go like, oh, Kyrie, you're speaking nonsense. I've got a gun. So I'll give him that.
そっちから出よう。
Let's leave that way. Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When goods were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that the family came and went from. So outside the back door, there was probably a ramp used to carry things in. Surely, they would be able to leave through there with the cart.
なんだこりゃ。
What the heck?
勝手。
It's stuck.
くそ。どうなってんだ。
Damn, what's going on?
開かないの？
Can't you open it?
ああ、
Nope.
壊れてんのかな。
Is it broken?
びくともしねえぜ。
It isn't giving an inch. Rudolph tried various things, first using force, then coaxing it. But the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge.
無理せんと玄関から出ようや。
Don't force it. Let's leave through the front entrance.
もたもた時間を潰す方が今は惜しいで。
Right now, it'll be even worse if we stand around wasting time.
これが罠だってのか。
You think this is a trap?
わからない。
I don't know.
用心して。
Be careful. Oh, it's a trap, alright. With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance.
誰だ。
Who is it? The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaves started blowing, and gold butterflies covered the air with a gold color. Holy shit, we're not even an hour in, and we're picking up the pace. Here we go. Oh,
信じられん。
it's the pantsless girls. I can't believe it.
人間ごときが我らの待ち伏せを予見したか。
A lowly human predicted our ambush.
私のせいじゃないわよ。
It isn't my fault.
気配を消してたもん。
I was hiding my presence.
躊躇しないで。撃って。
Don't hesitate. Fire! The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the magical defense of the pair as easily as though it were a wet paper wall. But the two figures that should have been there had disappeared. Certainly, guns were frightening objects for them, but there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. Oh, they got agility on their side. Oh, we're gonna hear the little ding ding dong dong ding dong ding ding dong 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 noise as they like fucking do whatever it is they do. The rattling noise, I don't know what to fucking call it. They at least had enough speed to dodge those.
ちょっと。
But wait a sec!
名乗りも上げさせないつもり？
You won't even give us a chance to say our names?
これだから人間は嫌なのよ。
This is why I hate humans. Leviathan was a full 10 meters from where she had supposedly been, popping her head out from behind the pillars in the shadow of the staircase and protesting.
ベアトリーチェ様のご命令により貴様らを撃つ。
In accordance with Beatrice Sama's orders, we will hunt you down.
時間をかけてホフレトのご命令だ。
Our orders tell us to make it take some time and to tease you.
抵抗は自由。されど無駄と知れ。
You are free to resist, but know that it will be useless. That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall chandelier, like a gargoyle. Just elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile. Whoa!
なんなんやこの姉ちゃんたちは。
What are these girls?
台車は忘れて。
Forget the cart!
相手は2人よ。3回すれば全員を追うことはできないわ。
We have two opponents, so if we split up, they can't chase all of us. All three of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. In case of a crisis, they had planned to run off in separate directions. Return into the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door. Fighting was forbidden, as long as they could fully escape.
36系逃げるが勝ちだぜ
In a tight spot, escaping is victory. The three of them ran into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. That pair of furniture calmly watched them go. Yeah, that's a good point. Hideyoshi, we've already been told Hideyoshi is good.
私は女の方をやるわ
I'll kill the woman.
あんたは男
You take the man.
了解した。
Understood. The furniture in the shadows of the pillars and on the chandelier made their figures explode. And, leaving behind only the sound of a hopping beetle knocking against the wall, they pursued their respective targets. Their speed was overwhelming, and they easily blocked the others' paths of retreat.
家具のお手並み拝見させてもらうわ
Let's see what this furniture's got.
楽しませてくれるといいのだけど
I hope they're at least able to amuse me.
ベアトリーチェ様、緑に姿を現されない方がよろしいかと。
Beatrice-sama, it may not be prudent for you to reveal your form unnecessarily.
キングは緑に中央を動かないものよ
And you don't unnecessarily move your king away from the center.
それが王者
That's part of a monarch's
の魔女の貫禄よ
and a witch's dignity. Belphegor was already blocking the way in front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the second floor.
抵抗もそして闘争も無駄だ。
It's useless to try and resist or escape.
お前は何も考えなくていい。
You don't need to think about anything.
ただ目を閉じているだけでいい。
Just close your eyes.
私がすべて優しく終わらせてやる。
I'll gently end it all for you. What?
あんたいい嫁さんになれるな
You'd make a good wife.
疲れて帰ってくる旦那はそういうの喜ぶぜ
Husbands love to hear that kind of thing when they come home all tired. Yeah, this song is dope. Rudolph, I don't know if that's the right thing to be saying moments before you're most likely dead, but oh well.
この後に及んで不埒な話をする余裕があるとは。
To think you're still relaxed enough to speak with such insolence at a time like this.
良き獲物、ベアトリーチェ様、感謝します。
Beatrice-sama, thank you for this excellent prey.
死ね
Die! Rudolph shot first. But even before that bolt could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. She then raised a purple curve, springing out from her arm. However, incredibly, before that arm could decapitate Rudolph, he had swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointing, behind his back, from the same motion with which he had reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly. It was pointing right at Belphegor's chest. Click. Ka-clunk. It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, it meant that the next shot was already fully loaded. Oh, he's got skills. He's got gun skills. Without turning around, his gun pointing right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned.
やるな。
Not bad
中年男の分際で。
for a middle-aged man.
西部劇世代をなめるんじゃねえぜ
Don't look down on the generation that loves old westerns, okay?
ガキどもにエヴァアクションの渋みは語らせね
You brats don't know anything about the refinement of a lever action. Just like Rudolph, Kyrie was also confronting a demon stake in the first floor corridor.
間抜けなやつね
What a moron.
夫と一緒に逃げればよかったのに
You could have just escaped with your husband.
さっきのは根性の別れになったわよ
You do know that was your final farewell just now, right? Giggle, giggle, giggle.
大丈夫よ。
Don't worry.
うちの人、こういうのとても得意なの。
This kind of thing is my husband's specialty.
すぐに白馬で迎えに来てくれるわ。
I'm sure he'll come for me on a white horse soon.
私が困った時、彼が助けに来てくれなかったことはないんだから。
Because he's never failed to come and save me when I'm in trouble.
アスムさんがいた頃であってもね。
Not even when Asuma-san was around. Oh, they're having a laugh off.
本当に仲のいい夫婦ね。
What a happy couple.
私は嫉妬のレビアタン。
I'm jealous.
嫉妬するわ。
I am Leviathan of envy.
嫉妬こそ我が力。
Envy itself is my power.
我が怒り。我が源泉。
My anger, my lifeblood.
同感ね。
I agree.
嫉妬は女の力の原点よ。
Envy is the source of a woman's power.
それが力だと言うなら、あなたごときお嬢ちゃんになんか負けないんだから。
And if that is power, I won't lose to a girl like you.
嫉妬を司る私によくも言えたわね。
Imagine saying that to the one who governs envy.
お前たち夫婦再会などさせるものか。
You actually think I'll let you two be reunited?
悲劇的な別れを与えてやるわ。
Ah, aha, haha, haha, I'll give you a tragic farewell. The arm Leviathan swung was trailed by a purple curve. It was a magic blade that cut with the power of malice. Kairi blocked it with her gun. Even though the magic blade should have cut through the metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magic resistance power, for some fucking reason, was able to block the blade as easily as it was a rolled up newspaper. Rapidly, 2 times, 3 times, it blocked all of them. And, without missing the opening created when that purple curve took a swing upward, Kairi kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Damn! Leviathan was knocked away like a lightly dancing feather. You know, at the very start of this, when I was informed and also kind of found out when I went to like the Steam, store page or, buying this game originally, that there was like a fighting game for this series, I was like, that seems silly. How is this a fighting game? Like, how would they make this? This was obviously so early on, before I had played. I was like, what? Why would a visual novel be getting like a fighting game adaptation thing? And now, looking back, I was so foolish. Before the demon snake's feet touched ground again, Kairi was already pointing her gun directly at Leviathan in midair. From that position, the 2 women who had called envy a form of power met each other's gaze. Oh, we're zoomed in. Can you do it? Can you pull that trigger?
私
Ah!
夫のいないところでは残酷よ。
God, Kairi, I want you to pull that trigger on me. I can be brutal when my husband isn't around. Kabang! Did you get her? Ow! Ow, 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 ow. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He had been gradually cornered by Belphegor and had been pushed back into the main hall they'd started from.
先代様の家具もなかなかやるわね。
The predecessor Sama's furniture is pretty good.
派手さに欠けるけど。
They aren't very flashy, though.
ベアトリーチェ様、
Beatrice-sama,
まだ終わっていません。姿を現されたら危険です。
it isn't over yet, and it's dangerous to show yourself. Don't tell me you're
まさか
Eva.
姉貴なのか。
それは
Oh,
かつ
I
て
cut him off.
私の
My
名
bad.
だった。
I'm sorry, Rudolph. That used to be my name,
でも今は違うわよ、ルドルフ。
but it's different now. Rudolph. Okay, so now Rudolph has seen this young Eva, which is probably very weird for him. So now she has to make sure he's dead, because if he goes back to the main squad and is like, yeah, I saw Eva and she was young, all hell breaks loose at that point.
言わなくても分かってるさ。
You don't have to tell me.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェだって
You're gonna say you're the Golden Witch, Beatrice, right?
どうしてわかった
How did you know?
ローザが殺された時から想像がついてます。
Since the time Rosa was killed, I had a vague idea.
ローザ、許し
Rosa, forgive me.
お前の地獄にお前の大嫌いな姉を送っちまうことをよ。
Forgive me for sending the sister you hated down to the hell you're in.
ベアトリッチ様、危ない！
Beatrice-sama, look out! Rudolph mercilessly pointed the barrel of his gun at the witch, who claimed to have once been his sister. But Belphegor would not permit that and attacked savagely. She dashed, disappeared, and headed for Rudolph's back. She dodged that shot and again headed for Rudolph's back. And vanished over and over, instantly moving into Rudolph's blind spots. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor incessantly drove towards Rudolph.
これはこれで楽しいかもしれない。
Maybe this is kind of fun.
ルドルフ、あんたの健闘がどこまで続くかゆっくり見物させてもらうわ。
Rudolph, let me sit back and watch to see how long your brave efforts last you. At the time, there was a dull tearing sound along with Rudolph's cry of anguish. Rudolph's reaction to the dance of the purple curve that pressed upon him had finally been too slow, and he let it out and let it lightly cut his flank. That single wound slowed him down just once. That led to a new wound, which slowed his actions again. Oh shit, he's going down. He's going down! Belphegor's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. Oh, Rudolph. Oh, Rudolph. Leviathan can no longer hide her irritation that Kairi hadn't suffered a single fatal wound.
私は本当に苦労なの。
I really am a moron.
七姉妹の中でいつも一番成長が遅かったの。
Among the seven sisters, I was always the slowest to grow.
いつも私が遅くて弱くて間抜けだったの。
I was always slow, always weak, always stupid.
その劣等感が嫉妬となり。
I mean, this is where we're gonna learn that Kairi is a witch as well, right? That would be fucked up. Just like how, like, that moment where, like, Kumasawa was getting attacked, and then Kumasawa was like, nope, I'm a witch. But it would honestly play to my whole thing that, oops, everyone's a witch. Like, again, a theory I massively believe in is that everyone is some degree of witch. Everyone but Battler. Everyone in this family has some degree of, like, inner witch in them. I'm fully... The oops, all witches theory is something I hold so hard in my bones. That inferiority complex became envy.
それを力として変換した時、私は姉妹の誰にも負けない力を得たのよ。
And when I convert that into power, I gain a strength greater than that of any of the sisters.
少女時代の程よい劣等感は大事よ。
It's important for young girls to have a moderate inferiority complex. Damn, this has got to be so annoying for Envy here, because she is not only, like, not able to finish this fight against Kairi, but Kairi has just been, like, lecturing her this whole time. It's like, how infuriating. Kairi must be so smug.
女に化粧と努力を教えてくれるわ。
It teaches women about cosmetics and hard work.
人間ごときにその力の限りを尽くすのは気に入らないけれど。
I don't like having to use the limits of my power against mere humans.
夫に全幅の信頼を寄せるあなたへの嫉妬を私は力に変える。
But I can turn my envy of your ability to trust completely in your husband into power. I can turn my envy of your ability to trust. Okay, I understand.
気に入らないのよ。
I don't like it.
なんで命のやり取りをしてるのに。あんたはそんなに余裕なの？
Why are you so relaxed when you're fighting for your life? Giggle.
どうしてかしらね。
I wonder.
分かってるのよ。
I get it.
必ず夫が助けに来てくれて自分を助けてくれるって信じきってるのよ。
You're fully convinced that your husband will come to your rescue and save you.
すごいじゃない、その信頼。
Isn't it incredible? That trust of yours?
嫉妬に値するわ。
It's enough to make me jealous. What kind of trust did we sisters have for each other? The sisters are always looking down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambast each other when things already look bad.
いつも姉妹たちにいじめられてきたわ。
I've always been bullied by my sisters.
誰か一人だけでも味方になってほしいとずっと思ってたわ。
I've always wanted just one person to take my side.
だからその一人だけの味方がいて
So when I see you with a single ally who's completely trustworthy,
全幅の信頼を寄せることができるあなたに
I feel the strongest envy. Oh,
最上の嫉妬を感じるの。
still going. I feel the strongest envy.
その夫を信じきった余裕ある表情。
That confident expression of utter belief in your husband.
嫉妬が力を与えてくれるのを感じるわ。
I can feel it giving me power.
これは超えちゃうかもね。
I might even surpass that.
音速。
The speed of sound! Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy. Oh, there it is.
見下されたあの日。
Oh, she's pulling out the dink-donk speed, the dink-donk power. Dink-donk, dink-donk, dink-donk. Since the day my sisters looked down on me,
私は成長の早い他の6人を心の底から嫉妬した。
I was jealous from the bottom of my heart of the other 6, who grew quickly.
7日7番をかけて嫉妬したわ。
I was jealous for 7 days and 7 nights.
その末に得た私の力と速度を見るがいい。
You can see the power I gained as a result in my speed.
死ね後ろ宮キリエ。
Die, Shiromiya Kairi! The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at a terrible speed. The noise from her bouncing off the walls sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kairi probably couldn't tell if it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was over 100% certain of her victory, believing in it from the bottom of her heart. Then, Kairi spoke with an unbelievably calm voice.
ルドルフさんと最初から付き合っていたのは私だったのよ。
I was the one who went out with Rudolph-san first.
アスムさんが白々しく間に入り込んできて
Asumu-san blatantly cut in between us
ちゃっかりと解任したのよ。
and shrewdly got pregnant.
ルドルフさんは悪くないわ。
I don't blame Rudolph-san.
あの女が体を武器にして立ち回って
That woman used her body as a weapon to seduce him, and then acted even more repulsively,
ルドルフさんに婚約せざるを得ないよう追い詰めたのよ。
cornering Rudolph-san and forcing him to get engaged to her. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but this is a very weird way of getting the background story between, I assume, Rudolph's, first wife, and then, who I assume Battler, I think it was established, was Battler. But, like, why? It's so weird that it's coming out, like, now. I assume this is because of, it's like an allegory for, like, oh, this is the trust I have in my husband kind of thing. Like, it's still building off of that. But for her to be, like, recounting that in her own head, it just seems very funny to me.
アスムさんはバトラ君を身ごもってたわ。
Asuma-san had been carrying Battler-kun.
そして同じ頃私もまた男の子を身ごもってた。
And at the same time, I was also carrying a boy.
運命的なことに私たちの出産日は共に同じ日だったわ。
What? As fate would have it, our delivery dates were on the same day.
そしてアスムさんはバトラ君を出産したわ。
Then, Asuma-san gave birth to Battler-kun.
だけれど私はダメだった。
But I had a miscarriage. Ah.
思ったことがあるわ。
I think about it sometimes.
もしダメだったのがアスムさんで出産したのが私だったなら
even if it's in like works of fiction, hearing a character talk about like a miscarriage, even if it's like just blatantly like mentioned or something, it saddens me so much. Like even that it's just in like a story, like just the idea of like miscarriage stuff is like so sad to me and so depressing. Such a like a bummer. I think about it sometimes. What if Asuma-san had had the miscarriage and I had been the one to give birth?
ルドルフさんは婚約を解消して私と結婚してくれたかしら。
Would Rudolph-san had broken off his engagement and married me?
でも私は子供を産めなかった。
But I couldn't give birth to my child.
だからアスムさんが死ぬまで、
So until Asuma-san died,
そしてエンジェを解任するまで、私はアスムさんを呪ったわ。
And then-
嫉妬したわ。
and until I got pregnant with Ange, I cursed Asuma-san and was jealous.
アスムさんなんか死んでしまえ。
Let Asuma-san die.
そして私と再婚してほしいってずっとずっと嫉妬して呪って、そしてやっとアスムさんが死んだ。
Then, I want him to marry me. In my envy, I kept cursing like that over and over until Asuma-san finally died.
私は確信したわ。
I was certain.
私には魔法の力があって、それが呪いとなってアスムさんを殺したんだって確信したわ。
Oh shit, with this line, dude, no joke, the hairs on my arm went up a little bit. I was certain that I'd use the power of magic to curse and kill Asuma-san.
でも私の嫉妬の炎は収まらない。
But that didn't quell the flames of my envy.
内緒よ。
Don't tell anyone, okay?
バトラ君を見るたびにね、あの女を思い出しちゃう。
Every time I look at Badler-kun, I remember that woman.
そしてバトラ君を見るたびにね、
Every single time I look at him.
もし私の子が生まれていたら同じ年だっただろうなって思ってしまう。
I think that if only my child had been born, he would be the same age.
私は今でも彼女を嫉妬し、苛まれてる。
I'm still jealous of her, tormented by her.
今もこれからも
Even now, and from now on,
未来永劫にね。
into the future for all eternity.
7日7晩姉妹を嫉妬したですって。
You say you were jealous of your sisters for 7 days and 7 nights?
そうよ。
That's right. Ah!
焦るなよ小娘が。
Don't make me laugh, little girl. Oh my god.
天然に男を取られて。
How could you understand the madness of a woman whose man was stolen from her
18年間嫉妬し続ける女の狂気がわかるかよ。
and who's burned with envy for 18 years? Scream. If Leviathan had the power of 24 hours times 7 days, or 168 hours of speed, that's one way of putting it, then the power that Kairi had piled up was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 days in 1 year, and 18 whole years. Even without counting leap years, that was 157,680 hours. Compared to Leviathan's power and speed, it was more than 938 times greater. Come on. Alright, so now we're assuming they're fighting just off their power of envy, and it's saying, okay, so Leviathan may be this, you know, witch's furniture type thing, and have like these immaculate, you know, superhuman powers, and now we're revealing, oh, because she has this envy thing, that's where she gains her power from. But then Kairi's like, oh, you think you know envy? I have 18 years of envy, so I too have the strength of envy. And it's like, yeah, but you're also, and you haven't been revealed yet, but you're not like a thing. You're just a human. Because let me say this, I'm a very envious person. I can't just harness that as power, as like raw power. That's not a thing humans have. It's not a thing. But so be it. I'll allow it. So then, even if Leviathan could soar at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers an hour, kilometers even. It's a location problem. I gotta go to Rogenjima. Yeah, that's a good point. Damn. Alright, 1,225 kilometers an hour. To Kyrie's eyes, it only looked like 1/938th of that. Shit. Which means 1,225 divided by 938 is... It's like 1 point something. A speed of 1.30 kilometers an hour. Kilometers. However you want to say it. I think they're both correct. Don't get on me. They say a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour, so it was even less than half of that. This is almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor. Goo goo gaga. Which means... In the time it took the demon stake to move at a pace so slow that you could count all the bits of dust floating through the air, Kyrie looked at it with pity. Jesus, she's so cool. She pitied the slowness at which she came towards her. Then, she lazily raised the barrel of her gun. Almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon stake up with the gun barrel.
恋も嫉妬もあなた全然足りないの？
You're completely lacking in both romance and envy.
出直してらっしゃい、お嬢ちゃん。
Try harder next time, little girl. God. Let's go, Kyrie! Kyrie heads, rise up!
ルドルフ、先ほどまでの威勢はどこへ？
Rudolph, what happened to all that vigor from a couple seconds ago?
池作りは魚が跳ねてるうちがいいわ。
You're supposed to slice up a fish while it's still flopping around.
死んだら面白みも何もない。
After it dies, it isn't interesting anymore.
もう十分よ。
That's enough.
殺しちゃえば。
Why not kill you now? Damn it.
そこまで刻まれてよくぞここまで耐え
I'm surprised you managed to endure this long after being carved up.
た。もう十分だ。
That's enough.
あとは何も考えなくてい
From now on, you don't need to think about anything.
い。痛みなく生を奪い去って。
I'll steal away your life painlessly.
待ってくれ。頼みがある。
Wait, there's a favor I want to ask.
最後にあれがやってみて。
At the very end, I want to do one of those.
あれとは何？
What do you mean, one of those?
西部劇名物のあれだよ。
You know, that thing you see in all the westerns?
背中を向き合ってから3歩歩いてズドンってやつ。
We start with our backs together, walk 3 steps, and then bang.
決闘か。
Ah, a duel.
よかろう。
Very well.
それにて根性の未練が尽きるの
If
だ。
that
受けて。
if that will satisfy your regrets in this world, I'll accept. Rudolph moved his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and turned her back to his. Belphegor had an honest nature that was uncommon in a witch's furniture.
言っておく。
Let me warn you,
たとえ私の眉間に銃口を突きつけたとしても、
even if you press the barrel of your gun between my eyebrows,
私はお前が引き金を引き、私の頭蓋骨に弾丸が至るよりも早く瞬間移動することができる。
I can move instantaneously, even faster than you could pull the trigger and have the bullet reach my skull.
そいつはもう骨身に染みてるぜ。
Yeah, I can feel that already.
お前は銃弾より速い。
You're faster than a bullet. Yeah, I know. Unfortunate for him. That's why I was hoping he had some plan to like stall maybe until for like Kyrie to get to him or something.
それを知りつつ決闘を挑むお前の度胸
He
に
just has to
敬意
keep
を表
Belphegor
し
talking.
付き合うのだ
I have agreed to this out of respect for your courage in challenging me to a duel despite that knowledge.
感謝せよ
Thank me.
お前は律儀なやつだね。
Well, you're an honest and principled person,
いい女だ。
and a good woman.
惚れそうだぜ。
You might just steal my heart away.
始めるぞ
Let's begin.
3歩で良いのだ
3 steps will do fine, yes?
なまずは
First, 1 step,
そして2歩。
2 steps,
3歩だ
3 steps.
これでいいのか
Is that okay? Yup.
そして3歩も歩いてまだ気づかねえなら
And since you still haven't noticed after walking 3 whole steps,
俺の勝ちだな、お嬢ちゃん。
it's my victory, miss.
何
Oh my god, the hairs on my arm standing up again. Oh, all these characters are having cool moments tonight. What? Ah! Rudolph turned around and fired a bullet. However, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of a bullet like that. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it. Got her? But a spray of fresh blood flew about. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defensive barrier, but before an incarnation of anti-magic power such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless.
何やってんのよ。
Oh, what are you doing?
何当たっちゃってんの？
Why'd you get hit? The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest. The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic.
許す。
Forgive me.
俺は卑怯ね。
I'm a coward of a man. K-
興ざめだわ。
Oh, what a killjoy.
魔女の家具ともあろうものが人間に敗れるなんて。
To think that furniture of a witch could be defeated by a human.
恥を知りなさいよ。
Know your shame.
情けない、みっともない。
Worthless. Pathetic.
勝手に這いつくばって死んじゃうな。
If only you just grovel and die.
やめな、兄
Quit it, Umineko.
貴。こいつはかわせたん
She could have dodged it,
だ。だがかわさなくて
but she didn't.
車線上に姉貴がいることに気づいたのさ。
She realized you were in the line of fire, Umineko.
だから律儀なこいつはかわさずに受けて姉貴をかばったんだ。
So this faithful girl took it without dodging, protecting you.
大手飛車取りに最後に気づいたんだ。
At the very end, she saw that I was pinning the rook and the king. Damn.
見事
Spectacular.
悪く思うな。
Don't hate me for it.
お前が3歩歩く間にそれに気づけたら俺は観念するつもりだ。
I planned to resign if you noticed it while you were taking those 3 steps.
あの3歩
You added those 3 steps
私
out of consideration
手心だったか
for me, didn't you?
考えようともしなかっ
I didn't even try to think about it.
た私は
I
大だった
was lazy.
お前はいい女だったぜ。
You were a good woman.
先に天国で化粧して待って
Go to heaven before me and get yourself all made up.
ろ。と口説きに
Rudolph, why? I'll definitely come and chat you up. Wow. All because of Eva. Beatrice Eva. Eva Beatrice. The arrogance. The hubris. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power that kept her in human form. And she grew small like gold dust melting into thin air. At that point, Kairi dashed in. It seemed that she had somehow defeated her pursuer by her own hands. As she pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph.
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
今誰か口説いてなかった？
Were you chatting someone up just now?
ああ、いい女だったぜ。
Yep, a good woman.
もちろん、お前の次程度です。
No match for you, of course.
悪いね。
Sorry, Umineko.
チェックメイトだぜ。
It's checkmate. The two of them pinned the witch down the barrels of their guns.
情けない家具たちね。
Worthless furniture.
人間相手に遅れを取るなんて。
To think they'd be beaten by human opponents.
情けない。
Worthless.
くだらない。
Stupid.
つまらない。
Boring.
ベアトリーチェ様、ここは引くべきです。
Beatrice-sama, we should retreat for now.
銃弾を防ぐ結界も家具もここにはありません。
There is no furniture or barrier to guard against bullets here. Ah! The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kairi, but Renove as well, because a situation like this, with two guns pointed at her, was not one that even a witch could laugh off. Just laugh off. But the witch laughed with pleasure.
そりゃあ先代様の使い古しの家具じゃ無理で当然ね。
Well, it's only natural that the predecessor Sama's worn-out furniture couldn't do it.
私には私にふさわしい新しい家具じゃないとダメよ。
I need to get new furniture that's suitable for me.
私義理で使ったけど。
I use them out of obligation.
もともとお古は嫌いなの。
But I've always hated secondhand stuff. As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had already finished turning into a pile of gold dust with disgust.
何の話をしてるかわからねえぜ。
I don't know what you're talking about.
おとなしく両手を上げやがれってんだ。
I read that weird. Let me try again. I don't know what you're talking about. Be a good girl and put your hands up. Then, the witch obediently raised her hands. But instead of raising her hands because a gun was being pointed at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra, waving her conductor's baton.
さあさあおいでなさい。私にふさわしき家具たち。
Come, arise, furniture suitable for me.
あんな安っぽい家具じゃなくてもっともっと強力な。
Not that cheap furniture, much stronger ones.
残酷な。
Cruel ones! Ah! Yeah.
妙な真似はやめて。
Stop this bizarre act.
引き金を引くわ。
I'll pull the trigger. In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried with the color of gold. As the brilliantly radiant gold butterflies danced, it felt as though they were being sucked into an ocean of gold leaf. Renove was shocked at that upsurge in magical power. After all, it far surpassed that of his former master. As their eyes were dazzled amidst the golden flash, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kairi had fired a round. Then, when the golden flash subsided, at the very least the witch was standing there, looking cool and composed. The bullet? Kairi must have fired it into her, but the witch had not been hit anywhere on her body. There it is. The bullet had been fastened in midair right in front of the witch's chest.
防弾結界。
A bulletproof barrier? In an instant, a barrier that would require a significant amount of preparation even for the predecessor had been. Renove's face was twisted in shock. And the surprises did not end there. The cloud of gold butterflies had created two humanoid forms. The cloud of gold butterflies had created... Oh wait, I read that. It was a furniture summoning. What? Bunny girls? Well, I always love new characters. The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves. Is that Chester or Chiester? The Chiester Sister Corps. Even the predecessor. Wasn't able to summon Pendragon's memorial troops on a moment's notice, and to do it so easily. That sounds like it's Chiester. Chiester. Chiester 410, right here. Chiester 45, right here. I need... I got little armbands. 410? So does that mean there's at least 410 of these girls? We have, what was it? It was like some crazy amount of like demons, and then it's like, oh, and then there's these. I'm just gonna take a stab. I'm just gonna take a wild guess. I'm gonna think these two characters are probably pretty popular. That's, you know, that's just a me guess. That's just a hunch. That's just a hunch on my part. I could be wrong, but I'm just gonna guess. Chester 45, right here. Actually, don't know the Phantom all too well. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing by like design alone. You're gonna say no? I just like how it's... I mean, I assume it's supposed to be slightly silly, but it's like, oh shit, the predecessor Beatrice wasn't even strong enough to summon such powerful forces, and it's like neon pink and blue like haired bunny girls. It's like, oh shit, all powerful. You two are suitable furniture for me, I take it. From reading a picture book out loud, to going on a date, to shooting down meteorites. We'll take care of anything. I can't do it. If we don't take care of it, Pendragon-sama will get mad at us. Please, your orders, great Lady Beatrice. Rudolph-san. Let's run for it. We're no match for these ones. Sure. Carrie definitely heard warning sirens going off in her head, thanks to the same feeling that had alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Without hesitation, they escaped. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she commanded her new furniture. I don't think I heard the noise. Oh. I lied. Wait, how do I get... Okay, so you just click it, and sometimes it'll show this one, and sometimes it'll show... It's just random. You just... random. Oh, wait. 45. A weapon in a contract with Beatrice. 45 has a methodical and timid personality, as well as a fairly strong persecution complex. Thanks to that, she's well suited to shoring up the weaknesses of 410's rough personality when they work as a pair. Also, again, I must say, no pants. No real pants. Which, again, I'm not... It's just if you're some kind of demon furniture that power comes from Is it like your power comes from not having pants, or is it like, man, in many situations, it's just better to be pantsless? It allows my legs to be free. She can't stand silence, so she'll often become emotionally insecure if she isn't being ordered around by someone constantly. 45 excels in search and decision-making capabilities. The support she provides doubles combative force of the sisters. Wait, what? The support she provides doubles... Okay. Sure. Click, click, click. There we go. 410. A weapon and a contract with Beatrice. 410 is a kid with a strong personality whose peculiar style of speech tends to make light of people. She likes laughing at people who are serious or can never relax, which is why she's so fond of 45 and Lucifer. Her choice of words may be coarse, but she loves company and gets lonely easily. She gets depressed if there isn't someone talking with her constantly. 410 is particularly skilled when it comes to firing control. She can wield unparalleled combative force even in close range fighting. Okay. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she commanded her new furniture. This is an order. Kill the two who ran away. Then bring the corpses back here. I'll bring them back to life and play with them over and over. The witch's expression twisted into an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke. Forgive my presumption. But the predecessor Sama asked that you avoid brutal actions of that sort. When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. She was frustrated. It was so boring not being able to let her own power and cruelty run wild. This annoying furniture of the predecessor kept telling her to show restraint, bringing her irritation to a peak. Sorry, just taking a sip there. Oh, it's Lucifer of Pride. Oh, you get to hear me go, nyeh. Long time no see, nyeh. 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 How you doing? Let's play together again sometime. It's exactly what the people want. Just a 30-year-old man just reading out in a very cutesy voice to the best of my ability. That is exactly what people want to hear in this series. Who am I to deny that? Can't even, my voice can't even do that well. You mustn't whisper, 410, you'll get in trouble. Let us carry out the Great Lady Beatrice's order at once. Nihi. Well, yeah, we're on the job right now. Nyeh. What the hell is this? Okay, let me see. What is this? I'm so bad. Booted. I can't even. Why am I system? Booted system. Booted. What is that? F? I'm so dumb. What? Guidance was the word I was kept getting track of. I got firing and I was like, what is this? Guidance. Alright, 410, roger that. Preparing for sniping pursuit combat. Oh, not more. Fuck. Initiating data collection. Accumulating terrain data. Accumulating data for firing. Data link with 410.
410データ受領
Forming firing curve. 410 data received.
標的を捕捉
They're just gonna, what, like, bomb this place? Target lock acquired.
地形誤差修正
Commencing terrain calculation error correction.
射撃曲線形成制御点補正完了
Formulating firing curve. Supplemental control panel calculations complete.
45へデータリンク
Data link to 45.
45データ受領
I do see this. Accuracy 97.89%. Oh, there's like a little over 2% chance they can dodge. 45. Data
危
received.
険区域確認はそこはダメです
Checking hazard zone. That's no good.
後ろ邪魔だよルシファーちゃん
Lucifer Chan, better get out from behind us.
バックファイアで焼けるよにひ
Or you'll get roasted by the back blast. Ugh. Thanks to their paired measurements, the Chester sisters were able to instantly calculate the terrain throughout the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as a firing curve to reach them. That's right, their shots could be guided to follow the curved line. None could escape. The precision guidance used by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the ability these two held.
45
Oh.
射撃準備完了
Wonderful. Alright, 45. Firing preparations concluded. Random aside, 410 is playable on the fighting game, not 45 though. That's bullshit. Which one is this? Is 410, right? This is 45? 45, 40, 410, I believe. Look at them. They're so cute. Left is 410. Okay, yeah, that's what I was saying. They're so... Look at them. They're so adorable. They're gonna kill me. Firing preparations concluded.
弾種選定装填
Ammo type selected and loaded. Are they gonna fire like an imaginary rocket at them? What is happening? As the two of them faced each other, it was as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together. Oh, I see. Oh. A dazzling gold arrow was ready there. What the hell is happening?
410にひ
410. Nihi.
射撃
Firing. After giving that announcement, they released a single arrow together. As the path taken by the gold sparkling snake of light drew a curve, it followed the direction that Rudolph and Kyrie had escaped to in rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the guided shots of the Chester sisters. No one could escape from them, and their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was quite a merciless guided weapon of certain death. However, among mythical class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was very commonplace for them, and very extraordinary for those of the everyday world. What the? When he noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around. Uh-oh. Oh, no! The exact position of Rudolph's heart was pierced by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant. Rudolph-san! After the gold snake pierced Rudolph, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kyrie's legs, and crawled up to her chest. And just like Rudolph, it pierced the exact location of her heart. And all of that happened in an instant. It pierced Rudolph, and then Kyrie. So they died, dropped to their knees, and fell over at almost the exact same time.
何これ
What's this?
圧倒的じゃない
Talk about overwhelming.
バカバカしいくらいにあっさりね
Ridiculously easy, isn't it? Yeah, I know. God, pour one out for my fave, Kyrie. Oh, God! Why? All for some canned food. God damn it. I hate it here.
私ではこういう るわ。
This is the kind of furniture I need.
先代様の中古家具とは大違い。
Got it. Eva Beatrice is like shit talking of blonde Beatrice. It doesn't even stop at just regular at Beatrice. It's making fun of her weapons, her servants, her furniture. Renove, do something. Defend Beatrice's honor. I don't know if I read it. Way different from predecessors on the second-hand furniture.
さあ、二人の死体をここへ。
Come on, bring their corpses here.
飽きるまで何度でも蘇らせて、思いつく限りの残虐な殺し方を試してやるの。
I'll keep reviving them until I'm bored, and I'll try killing them in as brutal a way as I can think of.
魔女がこんなにも楽しい
Ah,
なんて。
to think being a witch could be so much fun.
命を奪うことがこんなにも楽しいなんて。
That taking a life could be so much fun. From the time humans are born, the most shunned action they can take is the murder of another human. It's only natural that humans can't understand how pleasurable it can be to break this taboo. But she was no longer a human. She was a witch, and there were some pleasures that only witches could understand. By now, she had tasted those pleasures and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without them. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. Anyway, by killing humans gruesomely, and doing it over and over, she could feel the drug-like pleasure even now. As the witch rolled over laughing, the gold snake that had just been shot returned as though being reeled in. At the tips, two people were pinned and dragged along. Caught them like fish. The witch's order had been fulfilled. Rudolph and Kyrie had been killed instantly, and their corpses had been carried back.
シエスタ45、410、命令遂行を完了しました。
Chester's 45 and 410. Order execution complete.
大ベアトリーチェ卿の次の命令を待ちます。
We await your next order, great Lady Beatrice.
どうかご命令を。
Please, your orders.
赤ん坊のおもりからネトゲのお相手。
From babysitting to playing online games with you
スペースシャトル撃墜まで何でもお答えしますよ。
to shooting down a space shuttle. We'll take care of everything.
にひひ。
Nee.
こいつらは第4の番と第5の番の生贄らしいの。
It looks like these two are the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th Twilights.
だから最後には役立たずの7姉妹。
So in the end, I'll need those worthless 7 sisters.
もう5姉妹か。
Or are they the 5 sisters now?
こいつらを額と胸に刺してえぐらなくちゃならない。
I need those guys to pierce and gouge the forehead and the chest.
でもそれを最後にすればいいんであって、それまでを私がどう遊ぼうと勝手よね。
But I can do that at the very end, and I'm free to play in any way I want until then, right?
待て待て待て待て。
Wait.
そなたはわらわの言っていたことをもう忘れたのか。
Have you already forgotten what I've told you?
おや、これは先代様。
Oh, it's you, Predecessor Sama.
何か文句でもおありですか？
Do you have any complaints?
あるに決まっておろうが。
Of course I do.
そなたはやりたい放題ではないか。
You're doing whatever you please, aren't you?
なぜにわらわの言いつけが聞けぬのか。
Why haven't you followed my directions?
やりたい放題で何の問題があるのですか、先代様。
What's wrong with doing as I please, Predecessor Sama?
それに私は儀式のルールを逸脱しようなんて気持ちはこれっぽっちもありません。
Anyway, I don't plan on deviating from the rules of the ceremony in the slightest.
ちゃんとこの2人の死体を後できれいにして額と胸に杭を打ち込んでおきますから。
I'll definitely clean these 2 corpses up later and drive stakes into their forehead and chest.
そういう問題ではないというに。
I'm telling you, that is not the problem.
あまりに品がなかったり残酷だったりするとだな。
If you act so undignified and cruel,
気を悪くする者も
おるかもしれぬし。
Some people might take it badly. You can say Beatrice. You can say Battler's name. Come on. Come on.
先代様がどこかで戦っているとかいうゲームの相手ですか？
You mean your opponent in that game? The one you're supposedly fighting against somewhere?
どの目に聞きました？
Renove told me.
おしゃべり
Damn that blabbermouth.
まあ正直に言うとそういうわけだ。
Well, to be perfectly honest, that's how it is.
ちょっと目に余るとその
If you go a little too far,
講義を受けてな。
that person will object, you see.
先代様にわざわざ伝言などさせず直接講義にいらっしゃればいいのに。
Why can't this person just complain to me directly instead of making you take a message?
臆病な方です。
That coward.
こことはその異なる世界の住人だからの。
Well, this is a resident of a different world from yours.
わらわを返さねばならぬのだ。
There's no choice but to use me as an intermediary.
まあとにかくだな。
Well, that's besides the point, but...
ということはその方は私に何か干渉したくてもできない。
Which means that this person couldn't interact with me even if they wanted to.
そして私も干渉したくてもできない。
And I can't interact with them even if I want to either.
それくらいに遠い世界の無縁な方との認識でよろしいですか？
Simply put, this is a completely unrelated person from a world that distant, right?
うん。
Indeed.
例えるならとても近い2本の平行線の世界とでも言おうか。
For example, perhaps you could say these worlds are like very close parallel lines.
とても身近な世界なのだが平行線ゆえに2本の線が交わることは決してない。
The distance between them is quite small, but because the lines are parallel, they will never cross.
そんな世界ととりあえずは認識してくれればよい。
For now, that should be a convenient way for you to view that world.
交わらない
They never cross,
ということは
which means
私とは関係ない世界のことということです。
that world has nothing to do with me.
もしその方の代弁で私に自重しろとおっしゃられてるのでしたらその方に交互伝言をお願いします。
If you're speaking for that person when you tell me to show restraint, please pass this message on to them.
あやつにか
To them?
なんと伝える？
What should I say?
余計なお世話だよ。消えろよババア。
It's none of your business, so disappear, you old hag.
へそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。
If only you just give up and die. Damn. Damn, I wonder if Blonde Beatrice was like this to her predecessor. And now the shoe's just on the other foot. Getting a taste of romance, and I swear we're building up. This Beatrice, we know how bad this Beatrice can be. She's got to come up with a way to take back the power. I'm just not counting out this Beatrice out yet. I find it impossible that she doesn't just get it back somehow. What?
失礼しました。
Oh, I'm sorry.
先代のお友達でしょうから多分女性だろうと想像しただけです。
Since it was a friend of yours, I just assumed she'd be a woman.
ババアと言っても決して先代様のことではありませんからどうかご容赦ください。
By old hag, I'm definitely not talking about you, predecessor Sama, so please don't get mad at me. Damn. Got her. Got her. When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Byoto's eyes. Anyone present would be able to tell what she meant by it.
先代様
Predecessor Sama?
とても不思議に思うことがあります。
There's something I find really strange.
どうして先代様はその別世界の方とゲームをして
Why do you have to play a game with someone from another world
魔女だと認めてもらわなければならないのですか？
and have him accept that you're a witch?
それはだな。
Well, as to that,
すべての人間に魔女の存在を認めさせることが 完全なる支配につながるからである。
It's because making all humans accept the existence of witches is a prerequisite of perfect control.
一人頑固者がおってな。どうあってもわらわを魔女とは認めんのだ。
There was a single holdout who simply wouldn't accept me as a witch.
どうしてその人間の認可が必要なのですか？
Why would you need the approval of a human?
魔女が魔女であり、魔法を振るうことにどうして人間に認められる必要があるのですか？
Witches are witches and can use magic, so why should we need to be acknowledged by humans?
だからな、前にも話した通り、魔法というのは。
Well, like I said earlier, magic is...
私は魔女です。
I am a witch.
別に誰の認可がなくても魔法が使えますが、何か？
I can use magic without anyone's approval in particular, so what's your point?
この世界では
In this world, right?
しかしだな、それをあやつが認めない以上はその
However, since that person won't accept it,
なんと説明すればよいのか。
how should I explain it?
説明いりません。
I don't need you to.
だって決して交わることのない別世界の話じゃありませんか。
After all, isn't all this about a different world that never crosses this one?
それはつまりない世界も同じということです。
In other words, that world might as well not exist.
別世界でゲームで戦っていると先代様が妄想を語っていることと何にも変わりません。
You fighting a game in another world is absolutely no different from you telling me about stuff from your imagination.
重ねて言います。
I'll say it again.
私と関係ない話です。
It has nothing to do with me.
そして私はもう魔女です。
And I am already a witch.
先代様はどうやらその何者かに認めてもらえないと魔女になれないようですが、私は違います。
Predecessor Sama? Somehow or another, it seems that you can't become a witch as long as this person doesn't acknowledge you. But I'm different.
誰に認められずとももう立派な魔女です。
Even though no one has acknowledged me, I'm an excellent witch already.
先代ということであなたに形式的な敬意は捧げますが、
Since you are my predecessor, I will formally pay you respect.
それは私の行為であって義務ではありません。
But that's out of kindness, not out of duty.
もう私はあなたの助言など求めていないし、
I won't ask for your advice anymore.
これからどうすればいいか、どう遊べばいいかはっきり分かってます。
Because I clearly know what I should do and how I should play from now on.
だから13人殺しの儀式まではあなたへの最後の敬意だと割り切って行います。
So I will carry out the murder of 13 people as a final act of respect for you.
しかしそのやり方よ。
However, there's absolutely no reason for you to interfere with the methods I use.
その後のことについてはあなたに口出しされる言われは全くありません。
Or what I do afterwards.
そういうことで一つよろしくお願いします。
Therefore, I'll be counting on you in that regard. At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. She was no longer under Beato's care in any way. That's why she was clearly saying nothing more than, "Don't get in the way of my fun." Beato understood that, and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make the witch understand.
そうか。
I see.
ならばわらわはもう知らぬぞ。
Then it is no longer my problem.
魔法は敬いの気持ちなくして存在できぬことを身をもって知るがいい。
Go and learn with your own body how magic ceases to exist when you lose your respect for it.
あなたがこれまでに縦横無尽に暴れてきたそれが
I wish you'd tell me where the respect was in that carefree rampage of yours up until now. After hearing that, Beato could not respond, because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her teacher. Yep, that's what I said. That's what I'm saying. Okay, now.
シエスタの姉妹
Jester sisters?
先代がお帰りよ。お見送りを。
See off my predecessor on her way back.
先代様、どうぞこの場はお引き取りを。
Predecessor Sama, please leave this place. Wow. Beato is getting bounced. Like, they're the bouncers, and they're just sending her away. If you don't, we'll be scolded. Throughout her body, Beato felt something unseeable from the Chiester sisters, which could only be described as an oppressive sensation. Most likely, they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. Even Beato could not escape from the Chiester sisters' attacks without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew how terrifying they were down to her very soul. Predecessor Sama, if you would retire. I would not recommend damaging Beatrice Sama's mood any further.
Sendai-sama.
Predecessor Sama. They're all like, please, Beato, stand down. I understand. I shall leave for now. I'll watch over the end you eventually reach at my leisure. It was almost infinitely close to a parting shot. So, after Beato vanished, the witch and her furniture doubled over laughing. Well, I do understand. The endless power is fun. The joy of freely toying with an extremely limited life cannot be explained to those who have not tasted it. I can understand that feeling of being possessed with a pleasure similar to drugs. It must have been quite fun. Judging by your antics in the past. Are you saying it's just like when you tried to admonish me in the past over and over and I did not listen? Why have you started trying to scold that child for her actions? Well... Because I love Battler. There's a single large difference between you and that child. That child may already be a witch. Of course, you are also a witch. At least in the world on top of the game board. However, to be acknowledged as a witch in the world outside the game board, you need to have Battler-kun, your opponent in this game, acknowledge you. You must have understood that when you started the game. Okay, so we're further cementing why she's so determined in getting Battler to accept her. That in this, for almost a lack of a better term, they call it a game board, but it's like what we would have called previously the real world. She is a witch for all intents and purposes. However you want to explain that. But like, Virgilia here is saying like, but in this meta world, you're not a witch until Battler confirms it, which we've kind of already have known, but like she's reiterating that like, oh, you're pissed because like, or you're upset because you're not technically a witch out here until Battler accepts it. Which I guess is what she really wants. I thought that if I could show off a whirlwind of proof that I'm a witch, blow away his desire to deny me and make him surrender, and get him to say he loves me. Sorry, I'm just ad-libbing. He would acknowledge me as a witch. It all went my way last time, so I thought I was just a breath away.
実際は逆です。
It's actually the opposite.
バトラ君はあなたの残忍さに呆れ果てていました。
Battler-kun was disgusted by your brutality.
そしてゲームの対戦者として登壇したのはあなたを対等な対戦相手だと認めたからではない。
He did not step up to the plate as a player because he acknowledged you as a worthy opponent.
残忍な魔女の存在を一切認めないという強い敵意に基づいてです。
It was based on a strong animosity, his resolve to completely deny the existence of a brutal witch.
愚かなあなたはバトラ君が対戦者の自覚を持ってくれたことを
In your foolishness, you probably felt that Battler-kun's acceptance of his role as your opponent was a first step.
自分を魔女だと認めさせる第一歩のように感じていたのでしょう。
Towards making him acknowledge you as a witch.
でも実際は全くの逆。
However, it was actually the opposite.
バトラ君はあなたを魔女だと絶対に認めないためにあなたのゲームに挑んだのです。
Battler-kun challenged you in this game because he was absolutely determined not to acknowledge you.
浅はかな北風がいくら吹きつけようと旅人はマントをより深く着込むだけ。
No matter how hard the thoughtless north wind blows, the traveler only wears this cloak even tighter.
あなたは大きな間違いを最初から犯しているのです。
You were committing a huge error from the very beginning.
このゲームはバトラ君を屈服させる拷問などではない。
This game is not torture to make Battler-kun surrender.
あなたがバトラ君に認めてもらうために努力する試練なのです。
It is a test in which you must try to make Battler-kun accept you. Oh.
うすうすは
Oh.
よ
I vaguely
気づいてたさ。
noticed that.
前回はバトラ君にとって辛いゲームでした。
The last game was a tough one for Battler.
しかしもう気づいたようですね。
But, as it seems you've already noticed,
今回はあなたにとって辛いゲームです。
this game is a tough one for you.
わらわはこれ
Uh,
からどうすればいいのだ。
what should I do from now on?
あなたが自分で考えるのです。
Think about it for yourself.
幸いにもあなたはもうゲーム版の駒を降りて新しき魔女に委ねました。
Fortunately, you've already given up your pieces on the game board to a new witch.
じっくりと自らについて思案する時間があるでしょう。
You should have plenty of time to reflect upon your own self.
バトラはもう敵意の塊じゃねえかよ。
But Battler is already a mass of hostility to me.
魔女は認めない。そしてわらわも認めない。
He won't accept witches, so he won't accept me.
それでどうやってバトラに認めてもらうんだよ。
In that case, what can I do to make him accept me?
北風でダメなら今からのこのこ太陽で照らせっていうのか？
Are you saying that if the north wind doesn't work, then I should shine on him as the sun from now on?
このわらわが今さら。
Me? After all this time?
今は10月。
It's October now.
ハロウィンの季節ですね。
The Halloween season.
太陽が死に再び蘇る再生の月です。
It's the month of rebirth, when the sun dies and is revived again.
蘇ったばかりの弱々しい太陽は冬の木枯らしに遠く及ばないでしょう。
When the sun is weak right after reviving, it may not reach far through the cold winter winds.
しかしじっくりと成長しやがては春の訪れを告げることができる。
However, it slowly grows, is eventually able to hail the coming of spring.
その時旅人はマントを畳むこともあるかもしれない。
At that time, the traveler may even fold up his cloak.
わらわ
Are you saying
間違ってるというのか？
that I've been mistaken? Oh, Beatrice. Oh, Beatrice. You need to spin the chessboard around, Beatrice. That's what you need to do. I'm gonna take a quick BRB here. I was waiting for a moment, and I assume with this little thing is a good time. So, I'm gonna be right back. Give me a good handful of minutes. And I'll be back shortly. I'm gonna restock water and restroom and such. So I'll be right back. Yeah, just a few minutes here. Okay, apologies. I'm back. Yeah, the music. The greatest decision I made, like, like only just like a year back, was making sure that like on my BRB screens, I made the game music still come through. Like I used to have it most of the time where like when I went to a BRB screen, it was just silence. Actually, the thing I used to do a lot more frequently was I used to like, it was a little more work, and I would like queue up like some just like music, just like I do like at the beginning of streams. I would like queue up music so that like music would be playing during BRB. But then the annoying thing that would do is then I would have to pretty much go in and like chop those parts out for the archive. Which, one could be making the argument that I should be doing that anyway when I hit BRB screens. But honestly, it just ends up being a good handful of work that I could just not do. Plus, I just decided like, oh, the BRB screens, it's fine. It's like, you know, the archives are supposed to just be that archive, so like the real-time BRB screens and all that. But I used to play like just regular straight-up music. So obviously that's probably not a good thing to have in your YouTube videos. So then I was like going in, cutting those sections out, and then restitching them together, processing and doing all that. And I was like, you know what? I don't need to be doing that to myself. So there's a good reason now that I intentionally only have licensed music at the beginning of my streams. Alright, let's continue. You know, it's just learning. It's just, just making life easier on myself. Okay. So, we have new characters. We have Kyrie and Rudolph dead. We have Beatrice still being upset. Beatrice by Beato is what I mean. And yeah, that's basically it. So, the beautiful hall of the Ishirimiya mansion was covered with a golden sparkle like gold leaf, and stained deep red with thick spurts of blood. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Kyrie had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide her ragged breaths caused by her still uncontainable excitement. How fun it is to do as I will with people's lives and deaths. With the power of the Endless Witch, the endless everything I paint with my mind becomes reality. No matter how sloppily I mash them. I can revive them, returning them to normal with just a snap of my fingers. Because in the end, I just have to restore the corpses and follow the epitaph as an afterthought. Ha. Hey, you guys. Have you ever sliced a stuffed animal's stomach open? Never. Nihi. What about you, 45? No. I have never done it. My apologies. That's understandable. Normally you wouldn't. Especially not if it was the stuffed animal you liked. But I've always thought about it. I always thought about peeking in. And seeing what was packed inside this fluffy stuffed animal I loved. Sadistic. If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So, even though you want to see, you can't. You understand that feeling, right?
無限の魔女の力はまさにそれを叶えてくれる力なの。
The power of the Endless Witch can truly grant that wish.
今の私は好きなだけぬいぐるみを裂くことができる。
As I am now, I can slice a stuffed animal all I want.
なのに魔法一つでそれを元通りに蘇らせることができるわ。
And yet, with a bit of magic, I can return it to normal and revive it.
それはつまりこの世のあらゆる制約を打ち破ったということ。
In other words, means I've broken all limitations in this world.
今の私には躊躇することも思いとどまることも何もないの。
As I am now, I don't have to hesitate or give up an idea or anything.
その喜び、ああ、誰にもわからないでしょうね。
That joy. Ah! There's probably no one who can understand it.
無限の魔女の私以外誰にもわからない。
No one other than me, the Golden Witch. As the witch let out a mad war cry, she revived Rudolph and Kyrie again. And faster than they could realize it, she killed them right away. She made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two. Oh, Hideyoshi's back! Quit it, Eva! Huh?
あんた
Ah, it's you.
いたの。
How long have you been there? In that gruesome hall, Hideyoshi appeared with his gun readied. The witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He'd probably picked up Rudolph's or Kyrie's gun and came back. The gun, which should have been something to be feared, was apparently no longer an object she took seriously now that she was overflowing with magical power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest.
なんでローザさんやマリアちゃんや
Why did you have to kill Rosa-san and Maria-chan?
ルドルフ君やキリエさんまで殺さにゃならんのや
And Rudolph-kun and Kairi-san.
はあ、
Huh?
私は後宮家の当主にして六軒島の魔女よ。
I am the head of the Ishiromiya family, the witch of Rokenjima.
この島では何を起こそうと全ては自由自在。
Everything that occurs on this island is all up to me.
今だけの一瞬を切り取ってその生き死にをどうなど私には無意味なこと。
Whether they happen to be alive or dead at any particular moment in time is meaningless to me.
お父さんの黄金を見つけて
You went mad after
お前
finding...
は気が触れてしまったや
You went mad after finding father's gold.
どんだけ高く積まれた黄金やったやろな
Just how high must that gold have been piled?
わしには想像もつかん
I can't even imagine it.
お前の正気を失わせるほどのものだったんやろ
It must have been enough to steal away your sanity.
だがなそんなにもたくさんの黄金やったなら
But if there was that much gold,
なして気前よく分けっこしたろって思わんかったんや
why didn't you think of graciously splitting it up?
誤解してるわ。
You misunderstand.
あれは全て黄金の魔女のものよ。
All of that belongs to the Golden Witch.
私以外の誰にも触れる資格はない。
No one is qualified to touch it except me. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Aha, 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 aha.
お前は何や
What are you?
昔聞かせてくれた少女時代の魔女だったエヴァだとでも言うんか
Don't tell me you're that thing Eva told me about long ago. The witch Eva from when she was young?
そうよ。
That's right.
あなたの妻の後宮エヴァの胸の中にずっと住んでいた少女時代の私。
I am the me from my years as a girl who's been living in the heart of your wife, Ishiromiya Eva, this whole time.
そして魔女
Does
に
that
も
make any fucking sense? Nope. And I'm a witch.
エヴァは私を忘れることによって大人になったわ。
Ava became an adult by forgetting me,
だから魔法が使えない。
so she can't use magic.
誰だって子供の頃には無邪気だけれど残酷な妄想に頭を膨らませることはある
All kids get their heads filled with innocent but cruel ideas sometimes.
わしかて小さい頃はアリを踏んで回ったりトンボの羽をむしったりして遊んだことがあるわ。
When I was young, I'd sometimes go around stepping on ants and pulling the wings off dragonflies.
しかし命の大切さを学んでそんな残酷な幼年時代から卒業するんや。
However, I learned the importance of life, graduated from that cruel childhood age.
今のお前はまさに幼年時代そのものやで。
Right now, you really are a child.
エヴァが卒業したはずの人格なんや。
A personality that I know Eva graduated from.
それはエヴァやない。
That Excuse me, hiccups. Oh god, that personality isn't Eva.
別の人間や。
They're back. It's a completely different human.
そうよ。
Please don't let them come back. That's right.
私後ろ宮エヴァじゃない。
I'm not Ishiromiya Eva.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェだもの。
I'm the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
楽しいわよ。何の制約もしがらみもなく生き死にを自由にできるこの閲楽は本当に素敵。
It's so fun not being bounded by any limitations, and the pleasure of being able to do as I will with life and death is truly wonderful.
割った金魚鉢を謝らなくていい。
I don't have to apologize for breaking a goldfish bowl,
そして好きなだけぬいぐるみを裂いていい。
and I can tear stuffed animals up as much as I want.
私は
There was a crisp sound. It was the sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. Nothing to quell someone's madness in this game other than a good old slap. We've seen it deployed several times now. Looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek.
アホ
You fool! Oh my god.
三角ぶるなや。ほんまは臆病者の弱虫のくせに。
Don't act like you're cruel. Not when you're really a coward and a weakling. Oh my god, he's beating up a child.
わしがまた更生させたるわ。このシャワルが。
I'll correct that evil nature of yours again if I have to.
このアホ
You fool!
アホ
Fool! Alright, so the game made a point to tell us that the guns were very anti-magic weapons. What if Hideyoshi and his slaps contain the same powers? Very anti-magic Hideyoshi slaps. Ow.
痛い。
Ouch.
ちょっと
Hey.
命の大切さとか儚さとかそういうのが分かる女やったらだ。
You're a woman who understands how important, how fragile a life is, aren't you?
わしが思い出させたる。
I'll make you remember.
何が魔女や。アホ抜かせ。
What are you calling a witch, you stupid fool? Hideyoshi does not give a single fuck anymore. He is just like, I've got nothing to lose at this point.
お前はわしの女房の後ろ宮エヴァや。
You're my wife, you're my wife, Ushiromiya Eva. Yep, this only further cements Hideyoshi's place in standings. You're my wife.
冷蔵庫の残り物でちょいちょいと気の利いたつまみを作れる台所の魔女が先の山や。
If anything, you're a witch of the kitchen, who can always make the perfect snacks out of refrigerator leftovers in a flash. Alright, sure. That's a line. Won't you open your eyes, you fool? He is beating this person up.
後ろ宮エヴァじゃないって
Didn't I just tell you
言ってるでしょうか。
that I'm not Ushiromiya Eva?
アホ抜かせ。
You stupid fool.
この
You.
この
You. As tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. Therefore, that sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. Oh! And a man came up to you and starts slapping you. That's what I'm saying, man. Hideyoshi has some balls. Hideyoshi's like, he sees Eva, and apparently he was there for a while watching Eva and, or not Eva, Kairi and Rudolph getting killed and revived and stuff. And he's like, alright, I don't even care anymore. Now what is this? The gun, which had fallen in the corner near Rudolph's corpse, was floating in the air, and smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? A red stain was slowly spreading across the chest section of Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet had driven through Hideyoshi's chest. Damn, I was kind of hoping that was a fire at Eva Beatrice. Eva Beatrice? I had a sliver of hope. Va.
私はエヴァじゃないと言ってるのに。
Like I said, I'm not Eva.
バカでうざい男ね。
What a stupid, annoying man.
あんたしつこいから第6の番の生贄に変更してあげるわ。
You're a pain, so I'll switch the sacrifice of the sixth twilight to you. Damn, she's like, fuck the pact I made earlier.
どこかのベッドの下に隠れて震えてでもいたなら見逃してやるつもりだったのに。
If only you just hidden under some bed shaking or something. I planned on letting you go.
わざわざ戻ってきて。
But no, you went to all the trouble of coming back.
本当にバカな男だわ。
You really are a stupid man. Thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor. Even though death would have allowed him to escape from that pain, he resisted until the last second. And staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he had died without closing his eyes, the witch didn't realize that he was dead for a short while, and remained pinned by that gaze.
こいつも新しいおもちゃにして遊びます？
Should we make this one a new toy and play?
にひ。
Nihi? Nihi. At those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead. Yeah.
そうね。どうしようかしら。
Right. What'll we do? The Chiester sisters waited for instructions. On the inside, they imagined the sorts of even more brutal orders their master might give. But the expression that rose to the witch's face looked as though she'd gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it.
この男のせいですっかり興ざめだわ。
Damn. Hideyoshi's so powerful, he even makes Eva Beatrice feel regret and remorse. It's such a killjoy. It's all this guy's fault.
もうやめた。
I'm done.
ロノウェいる？
Renove, are you there?
はい、ここに。
Yes, right here.
後片付けをお願い。
Take care of the cleanup.
先代様もうるさいしね。
I'll bet the predecessor Sama makes a fuss over this one.
あのババアが納得する程度に綺麗にしておいてちょうだい。一応、先代様への義理で儀式のルールには従うわ。
Please make it clean enough for that old hag to accept. I guess I'll follow the rules of the ceremony out of a sense of obligation to my predecessor Sama. Honestly, Hideyoshi was already on high on my list of favorites. He maybe even took another spot up or so over the course of today's stream. Please make sure I guess I'll follow the rules of the ceremony. Yes, okay.
この3人の死体を第4の番から第6の番ってことでお願いね。
Treat these 3 corpses as the 4th through 6th twilights.
ルシファー、出番よ。
Lucifer, it's your turn.
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
Lucifer of Pride, right here.
その3人の死体、ほじくってえぐっといて。
Dig into these 3 corpses and gouge them.
死体をですか?
Into corpses.
そうよ。
That's right.
何か不満?
Got a problem with that?
いえ。
No. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory had their own sort of pride. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that sentiment. Of course, the witch didn't mean it that way, but for the Seven Sisters, it was horribly humiliating. However, they had already screwed this up, with 2 of the sisters defeated, so they had no right to question her. Only Renove appreciated this, and he rested his hand on his shoulder in understanding.
ベアトリーチェ様のご命令ですよ。
This is an order from Beatrice-sama.
ルシファーは3人を選び、儀式の作法に従い処理をするように。
Lucifer, carry these 3 and dispose of them in accordance with the etiquette of the ceremony.
あと、できましたら私のお片付けにも手を貸してください。
Then, when you are done, lend me a hand with the cleanup.
かしこまりました。
Certainly. The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse, as though implying that the new, now delicate atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault.
バカな男ね。
Stupid man.
死なずに済んだのに。
And you didn't even have to die.
あなた
Dear! Oh shit.
あなたどこ
Dear, where are you?
いるわよね
You're there, right?
返事をして
Answer me! The crash of a thunderbolt woke Ava from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at that time, her fearful heart would probably have been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had supposedly sworn that he wouldn't leave even for a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room. Dear!
返事をして
Answer me!
あなた
Dear! Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. This is the first time Eva's been alive without Hideyoshi. Yeah. Yeah, they'd either had been alive or dead at the same times. Damn. Damn, am I supposed to feel bad for Eva? Finally? She finally she seems weak. Kick her when she's down. 30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late. And Kraus and Natsui, who waited by the entrance, were reaching the limits of their patience. The chain was set on the door. That was a precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked and the master key stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return.
さすがに遅すぎます。
They really are too late.
彼らの身に何かあったのでは?
Don't you think something might have happened to them? Indeed. Kraus glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure.
もし彼らが戻らないようなことがあるならば。
If something happened to prevent them from returning,
辛い想像だが、その覚悟を始めた方が良さそうだ。
a terrible thought, but it seems we should ready ourselves for that possibility.
やはり不用心だったんだ。
So, it really was too reckless after all.
私はそうだと申し上げました。
That is what I said.
なぜ彼らはこれほどの危険を承知で外に。
Why did they go outside when they knew it was this dangerous?
愚かなことです。
How foolish.
ローザさんが襲われたばかりだというのに、なぜに外へ。
Why go outside even though Rosa-san had just been attacked?
それを言っても始まらん。
Nothing will come of saying that now.
とにかくこれでゲストハウスに大人は3人。
At any rate, there are now 3 adults in the guest house.
私と夏希、
Me, you,
そして高熱で寝込んでいるエヴァだけだ。
and Eva, who's asleep with a high fever. At that time, the forceful sound of a door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Eva's panicked voice. Something tells me Eva is not going to last much longer. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Eva might not might not be much longer for this world. That voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though she had a bad dream or something due to her fever and was calling for her husband.
Eva-san,
Eva-san,
どうしましたか？大丈夫ですか？
what is it? Are you okay?
うちの人はどこ？
Where's my husband?
うちの人がいないの。
My husband isn't here.
ずっと一緒にいるって約束してくれたのに。
Even though he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time.
ずっと手を握ってくれてるって約束したのに。
Even though he promised that he'd grasp my hand the whole time. Cross was struck dumb by this attitude of hers, which she had never shown in front of him before, but not so he understood her feelings.
落ち着いて。
Calm down.
秀吉さんはルドルフさんたちと一緒に今表へ出ています。
Hideyoshi-san is with Rudolph-san and Kairi-san, and they're outside right now.
表へ？
Outside?
どうしてよ。
Why?
私とずっと一緒にいてくれるって約束したのに。
Why did he go outside?
どうして表になんか行ってるの？
After he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time.
表へ出てはダメ。表には魔女がいるわ。行ってはダメ。殺されてしまう。
You mustn't go outside. The witch is outside. You mustn't go. You'll be killed. Wow.
エヴァ、落ち着きなさい。
Eva, calm yourself.
秀吉さんはルドルフたちと一緒に屋敷へ戻っているのだ。
Hideyoshi-san returned to the mansion with Rudolph and Kairi-san.
どうして屋敷に行かなくちゃいけないのよ。
Why did he have to go to the mansion?
ここなら安全なのに、どうして表になんか出したのよ。
Why did he go outside even though it's safe here?
どうして屋敷なんかに戻ったのよ。
Why did he go back to the mansion? Because the allure of canned foods was just oh too great. I'm not gonna stop hammering that home either. This hoity-toity family was like, there's like a number that like science actually throws out of like how long you can go without like any food. And I think this family was well within that limit. They didn't need canned foods. They could have just stayed safe. That's what I'm gonna hold on to. Bad play by them.
明日までの食料を取りに行くことになったんだ。
They went to get enough food to last until tomorrow.
秀吉さんはお前の体調が悪いことを気にしてて、
Yeah, it's like
その
3
ためにも
days.
と言って。
3 days is what I thought the amount was. So like, come on. I honestly think they misplayed it. They foolishly went outside for whatever reason. Now, one could make the argument that even if they stayed indoors, I would probably make the argument that like possibly the witch would still find a way to get them somehow or another. Like they just made it a lot easier, I think. Actually, no, we were told last stream that because like when they are grouped up together, that they can like if enough humans are grouped together, they can like to like they have enough anti-magic power combined. That was the whole thing that we were told. And it was Kairi's idea. You're right. Oh, my girl Kairi. Her first bad move of this whole game. Of this whole series. Other than that, she's flawless. Oh, God. Hideyoshi-san was worried about your health and said that was partly why he wanted to go.
いつ戻ってくるの？
Oh, when will they come back?
いつ戻ってくるのよ。
When will they come back?
表はダメよ。バラ庭園はダメ。屋敷はダメ。
Don't go outside. Don't go to the rose garden. Don't go to the mansion.
魔女がいる。黄金の魔女が歩き回ってる。
The witch is there. The golden witch is walking about.
見つかったら殺されてしまう。絶対に殺されてしまう。
If she finds you, you'll be killed, and you'll definitely be killed.
ああ、うちの人はいつ戻ってくるの。
When will my husband come back?
30分前にここを出ました。
They left here 30 minutes ago.
私たちは帰りを待っています。
We are waiting for their return.
30分
30 minutes ago?
そんなのおかしいじゃない。屋敷に行って食料を取って帰ってくるのにどうしてそんなに時間がかかるのよ。
Isn't that strange? Why would it take so much time for them to go to the mansion to get food and come back?
それであんたたちはなんでここでぼんやりしてるのよ。
And why are you two just standing around there? Here. We have to go get them. We have to hurry to where they are. Eek. Eva probably had quite a nightmare. And, because that continued even after she woke up, she could no longer hide her panic. That's so we tried calming her down, but all it did was make Eva's emotions explode even more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. Battler and the kids, who had supposedly been on the second floor, were peeking their faces through the crack of the lobby door. Like a bunch of little kids. Kraus, Natsui, Eva, and Battler, George, Jessica, Nanjo. Everyone in the guest house had gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation. I agree with Mother. We should go check on Father and the rest. Yeah, that's right. It's even possible that their load's too heavy and they're having trouble carrying it. They should probably welcome some extra hands. Probably would have. Did I read that? They should welcome some. Okay. This happened right after Rosa-san was attacked. This may have been a secondary disaster connected to that. We should act with caution here and... Don't be a fool! What do you mean, caution? Are you saying we should let my husband die even though he might be begging for help? I'm going to look, and the cowards can stay here. Looking agitated, Eva raised her gun. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head. I'll go as well. You will too, right, Battler-kun? I mean, what else is new? Nanjo's always catching strays. Nanjo is always the family punching bag, basically. The more people, the better. Sure. And Eva, we're coming even if you tell us not to. I'm coming too. I can't be the only one to hide in a safe place. Jessica, you must not go outside. Stay here with me. Got it? It was like they were implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. That's when we realized that Eva felt like her heart had been gouged out, but she spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother. You're right. That should be fine. Let's have Nissan's family keep an eye on the guest house. This is a problem for my family and Battler-kun's. And I wonder if Dr. Nanjo would mind coming too. Just in case. Nanjo's like, why should I have to do this? If I was Nanjo, I'd be like, you know what? You guys have your fun. I'm gonna go find my own room. I'm just gonna lock myself in there. So long. So long.
バトラ、エヴァ、ジョージ、南條の4人は屋敷のホールにて。
In the hall of the mansion, Battler, Eva, George, and Nanjo.
ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人の遺体を発見。
Found the corpses of Rudolph, Kairi, and Hideyoshi. Let's, no, not you. Get out of here. Get out of here. Died in the hall of the mansion, his chest pierced by a stake-shaped weapon. That was careless of me. Didn't think you were still alive. died in the hall of the mansion with his forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Apparently, they've got to be finished off with stakes from here on out. Gross. Died in the hall of the mansion, her stomach pierced by a stake-shaped weapon. Stomach isn't a particularly lethal spot. Isn't it enough to just kill her in some other, easier way and stick a stake in her corpse? Kyrie. Kyrie.
第4から第6の番ってことか。
The 4th through 6th Twilights.
なら死体には額、胸、腹にそれぞれ例の悪魔の杭が。
Then, corpses were pierced through the forehead, chest, and stomach with those demon stakes.
はい。
Yes.
ルドルフの額に1本。
The demon stakes were buried into them. One in Rudolph's forehead,
秀吉の胸に1本。
one in Hideyoshi's chest,
そして桐江の腹部に1本。悪魔の杭が打ち込まれています。
and one in Kyrie's stomach.
3人には争ったか、あるいは逃げ回るかしたと思われる着衣の乱れがあります。
The disorder of the clothing on all three suggests that they were fighting or running away.
3人の遺体は寄り添ってはおらず、犯人と遭遇後、ある程度の抵抗を試みたと推定されます。
Since the three corpses were not found right next to each other, it is hypothesized that after coming into contact with the culprit, they attempted some form of resistance.
杭で額と胸と腹を。
And they had stakes in the forehead, chest, and stomach.
相変わらず無芸。
Horrible. Just like usual. Dots. Even though Renove knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Badler the truth. Normally, the witch would have killed them in a much, much more horrible way. The corpses have been left in this manner only because Beato had suggested to the witch that she show restraint. The new witch, thinking it would fit well enough as long as she gouged them with stakes, would probably have just stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Jesus. Rosa's and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. If they'd been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, just how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beato had changed that into the still better kind of killing Badler had mentioned earlier. Wanting to have Beato's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Badler about this, because I'm sure he wants to know. But judging by Badler's eyes, that might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. Saying that she'd given them better deaths might have made it possible for a demon to understand her feelings and pardon her, but there was no way a human would be so accepting. Understanding this, Renove remained silent despite knowing of Beato's modest efforts.
いつも通り死体の死亡確認からさせてもらうぜ。
Just like usual, let's start by checking whether the corpses are dead.
ロノウェ、赤で宣言を頼む。
Renove, please declare it in red.
おい、聞こえないのか？
Hey, can't you hear me?
赤で宣言を頼む。
Please declare it in red.
復唱要求だ。
Repeat it.
ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3名は死亡している。
Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi are dead.
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
復唱を拒否させていただきます。
Allow me to decline from repeating that.
なんだと？
The hell?
いきなりどういうつもりだ？
What are you planning all of a sudden? By now, proclaiming that the victims were dead in red was almost a given in this battle. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. So when Renove refused as part of his first move, Badler was dumbfounded.
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
私めのお嬢様の代行者である資格をこれをもって返上させていただきます。
As of this moment, I relinquish my position as Milady's representative.
よって私にはそれを赤で復唱することができません。
Accordingly, I cannot repeat that in red.
それを復唱する資格があるのはお嬢様ただ一人だけでございます。
The only one qualified to repeat that is Milady.
正しい言い分です。
His point is a valid one.
ロノウェはベアト側の代行者でしかありません。
Renova is only a representative for Beato's side.
ロノウェが代行の役をおり、かつバトラ君がベアトを相手として認めないならば、
If he steps down from that position, if he will not accept Beato as an opponent,
新しい代行者を立てる必要があります。
a new representative must be named.
新しき代行者はおりません。
No new representatives exists.
どうかバトラ様、
Please, Battler-sama.
お嬢様を再び対局の相手とお認めください。
Please accept Milady as your game partner once more.
悪いが、
Sorry.
そいつは聞けねえ相談だぜ。
But that's advice I can't listen to.
あの不愉快な残酷野郎。俺は絶対に対局者だなどと認めない。
I definitely won't accept that unpleasant, cruel bastard as my opponent.
それを認めないために、俺はこのゲームを降りないんだ。
My refusal to accept her is why I can't step down from this game.
不愉快な点につきましては、お嬢様に代わりまして謝罪します。
As to her being unpleasant, I apologize in Milady's stead.
また、お嬢様には二度と不愉快な言動を取らぬよう制約させます。
Allow me to pledge that Milady will not undertake such unpleasant actions again. Renove trying his best at this point to essentially be like, for lack of a better term, like a wing person. Being Beato's like wing person, just being like, hey, this girl I know named Beato, she's a really cool battler. You should really meet her. She loves playing games, and trust me, the person you used to know, she's not like that anymore. Please, battler.
どうだかな。
I wonder about that.
バトラ君、
Battler-kun,
あの子の師匠として私も謝罪します。
I also want to apologize as that child's teacher.
よく言って聞かせますので、どうか一度だけ許してやってはくれませんか。
I'll give that child a good talking to, so please offer your forgiveness just this once.
おいおい、よしてくれよ。
Hey, enough of that.
まるで俺が悪者みてえだぜ。
You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy.
それに、あんたらにいくら謝罪の言葉を聞かされても、俺の耳には届かない。
No matter how much you guys apologize, it won't reach my ears. Virgilia also trying. Yeah, almost so much so that you gotta ask, well, why is it that they are doing this? And I would guess, my guess would be that they see the new Beatrice, Eva Beatrice, and they're like, you know what? The Beato Beatrice, the evil from her, not as terrifying as potentially this new one. Also, yes, they're on my camp. They're in my side of like trying to they also think that Battler and Beato will get together at some point by the end of this game.
そいつをベアトが自分の口で言えるってんなら、
If Beato can say that from her own lips,
ああ、耳を貸さねえこともないぜ。
well, I might listen to her.
わかりました。
Understood.
それがあの子を再び認めてもらう唯一の条件ならば、あの子に謝罪をさせましょう。
If that is your only condition for acknowledging your opponent again, let us have that child apologize.
ロノウェ、
Renove,
あの子を呼びなさい。
call for that child.
よろしいですね、バトラ君。
Will that be all right, Battler-kun? Sheesh.
好きにしろよ。
Sheesh. Do whatever you want.
だが、俺が許すと期待するな。
Still, don't expect me to forgive her.
呼べよ。あのムカつく魔女。
Go get that irritating witch.
ありがとうございます、バトラ様。
You have my thanks, Battler-sama.
ただいまお呼びいたします。
I shall summon her here.
お嬢様、バトラ様がお呼びでございます。
Lady, Battler-sama is calling for you. I was really curious to see how Beato was going to come into this. If she was going to, like, immediately warp in and be like, oh, thank God you're taking me back, battler. Or if she was going to do what she seems she might be doing, which is reluctantly just being like, burr, 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 burr. She's got the burr, 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 burr face going on right now. After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Beato's form. It was a much more docile appearance than the one she'd made before. Did you call, Renove?
話は聞いていたはずですよ。
I believe you heard.
あなたの口から何か言うことはありますか?
Is there something you have to say from your own lips? It looked as though Beato shrunk slightly under Badler's cold gaze. Several times, Beato made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but they didn't work so well. She was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In the hall, they had just found the corpses of the new victims and had broken down crying. Sniffle. Sniffle. Dad? Kairi-san? Ooh. I know I don't use, like, face cam or anything, but, this is also my face currently right now that Kairi's dead. This is what I look like. I just hide it well. But I'm very upset. Niga! Dear. Dear. Mother? Hang in there. Even for me, it's so crushing. So sad.
おそらく即死だったでしょう。
They probably died instantly.
たとえ彼らが倒れた直後に我々がここに訪れたとしてもきっと手遅れだったに違いありません。
I'm sure that even if we had arrived immediately after they fell, would have been too late.
いいえ、違うわ。
No, that's wrong.
きっと生きてたわよ。
They were definitely alive.
胸にこんなものを刺されて。
His chest was stabbed with something like this.
うちの人はもがき苦しみながら死んでいったに違いないのよ。
My husband must have died in extreme pain. Certified, she doesn't know moment. She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
もっと早く来ていればきっと助かった。
If we had come faster, surely they would have been saved.
きっと助かったのよ。
They would definitely have been saved. Oh, she fell. She's down. Eva down. Uwa.
バトラ君も辛いだろうけどしっかり。
It must be tough for you too, Badler-kun. But stay strong.
大丈夫だよ。大丈夫だぜ、兄貴。
I'm okay. It's okay, Aniki.
もうちょっとだけ泣かせてくれ。
Let me cry just a little bit longer.
俺が一番マシなんだ。
I've got it the best.
俺が一番悲しくないはずなんだ。
I should be the least sad.
だからもうちょっとだけ泣いたら大丈夫だから。
So if you let me cry just a little longer, I'll be fine.
そんなことないよ。
That isn't true.
両親を失った心の痛みはよくわかる。
I can understand how much it must hurt you. I can understand how much it must hurt your heart to have lost both your parents.
僕には母さんがまだいる。
I still have mother.
バトラ君よりはるかにマシだ。
That's much better than what you've been going through, Badler-kun.
いや違うぜ。
No, that's wrong.
庄司の兄貴が一番辛いはずなんだ。
It's gotta be the toughest for you, George Aniki.
分かってんだよ兄貴。
I understand, Aniki.
庄司の兄貴が俺たちの中で一番悲しくて辛いんだ。
In this group, you're the saddest, and the one who has it the toughest.
俺はそれを分かってる。
I understand that,
だからこれ以上メソメソなんて泣いちゃいけねえんだ。
so I can't keep on sobbing like this.
どうして僕の方が辛いなんて。
Why? Do you say it's toughest for me?
俺にとっちゃ親父もキリエさんも成人して独り立ちしたらいつかは別れる人間さ。
To me, Dad and Kyrie-san were people I'd eventually split up with when I grew up and became independent.
親である以上子供より先に死ぬのは宿命だ。
Since their parents, it was fated that they die before their kids.
それが少し早くなっちまっただけの話だぜ。
It just happened a little early, that's all.
だが兄貴は違うぜ。
But it's different for you, Aniki.
いつか別れる親だけじゃない。
You didn't just lose your parents, who would have parted ways with you eventually.
これからの人生をずっと一緒に生きていくはずの
You also lost Shannon-chan,
シャノンちゃんまで失ったんじゃないかよ。
someone you should have spent the rest of your life with.
人の命に重さなんかねえさ。
You can't value human lives differently.
赤ん坊の命だって年寄りの命だって同じくらいに尊いだろうよ。
Whether it's a baby or an old person, they should all be respected the same.
だがよ、それからの人生が長ければ長いほど
But still, the more life that person was ahead of, or has ahead of them,
一緒に築いていく未来が長ければ長いほど
the longer the
その知ってのは悲しいものなんじゃねえのかよ。
the longer the future you're building together is, the sadder the fact of their death is.
兄貴はシャノンちゃんと婚約したんだろ。
Aniki, you're engaged to Shan-chan, right?
これからの人生と家庭を一緒に築いていこうって約束したんだろ。
You promised that you'd build a life and a home together in the future, right?
その未来のでかさが幸せのでかさがよ。
Compared to how huge that future was, compared to how huge that happiness was,
俺の痛みなんかとは比べ物にならねえ。
stuff like my pain doesn't even come close.
だから兄貴はもっともっと泣いても許されるはずなんだ。
So you should be allowed to cry much, much more, Aniki.
なのに俺たちいとこの兄貴格だからって
Yet, just because you act like a big brother to us cousins,
無理に冷静を装って
you force yourself to act like you're so calm.
やめてよ。
Man, they're really just having a bro moment right now. Stop it, Badler-kun. George was trying to make a calm smile. But already, he couldn't stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face.
悲しくないわけが
There's no way I wouldn't
ないじゃないか。
be sad, right?
僕はシャノンと一緒にたくさんの未来を思い描き合ったさ。
Together with Shannon, I painted a picture of many futures in my mind.
きっと100年の人生では叶いきれないくらいの夢を語り合ったさ。
We talked dreams that couldn't all come true even if we lived 100 years.
その夢の
of those dreams.
一番最初の
Even the very first one.
籍を入れることさえ叶えられなくて
Having her move into my family register could not be granted.
悲しくないわけが
So there's no way I wouldn't
ないじゃないか
be sad, right?
それに比べたら俺なんか
Compared to that, I
だから俺にはこれ以上泣く資格なんかねえんだ
like I said, I have no right to cry anymore.
兄貴だってこらえてるのに俺にこれ以上の涙を流す資格なんて
And even you're struggling to hold it in. I have no right to shed any more tears.
同じだよ
We're the same.
親しい人を失えば悲しいのは僕もバトラ君も同じだよ
We both feel the same sadness from losing those close to us.
だからバトラ君が僕より涙を流してはいけないなんてルールはない
So there's no rule that says you can't shed any more tears than me, Kun.
そして
And
僕だってもうこれ以上涙をこらえなければならないなんてルールも
for
ない
me,
んだもんね
for me too, there's no rule that says I have to hold back my tears any longer, is there?
兄貴
Aniki. Aniki. Try my best there. Ah!
未来を語り合ったシャノンが死んだ
I really apologize if it sounds like I'm taking the piss out of this what's supposed to be a very sad moment. I don't necessarily mean that. I know it's very sad for the characters involved right now. Just I'm sorry. Shannon, the one who shared my dreams for the future, is dead.
父さんも死んだ
Father's dead too.
悲しいな悲しいな
It's so sad. So sad. Like I just imagine, I could just envision like the one guy watching the stream, the one guy who's like resisting everything in his body to just like type out some comment that's like, how dare you lessen the impact of this moment in this game? And it's like, I'm sorry, I'm just reading it. Like I'm just reading it after a long Saturday. Like I'm just trying. I'm just here. All right. I'm just trying my best. As Battler, and we've had a long sad moment here in this game. So like it's been a long sad Saturday. As Battler and George hugged each other tightly, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for the people who had been so precious to them.
どうして俺がジョージの兄貴が一番辛いって言ったかわかるか
Wait, does this song have lyrics? Am I just envision what that was actually in the game, right? That scared the shit out of me. I thought something on my computer was like playing. Hearing something else speak, I was like, wait, do I have another tab that's like open and saying something? That was really weird. Do you understand why I said that George Niki has it the toughest?
聞いていたからわかる
I was listening, so I understand.
その後の人生を共にする時間の長さに悲しみは比例すると
Your sadness is proportional to the length of time you would have been able to spend with that person afterwards.
もちろんそれだけじゃ測れねえけどな
Like there's some kind of like chanting or something in this music. It's very different. Of course, you can't calculate it just like that though.
俺たち人間はお前
It's
ら
throwing
魔
me
女
off.
とは違う
We humans aren't like you witches.
生きてから死ぬまでという有限の時間その力の限り生きている
From the time we receive life to the moment we die, We live within that limited period as strongly as we can imagine.
それをないがしろにする奴は許せない。
I can't forgive anyone who makes light of that.
ましてや
Even if his name is Austin,
嘲笑い
he's
もて
making
あそぶ
light
よ
of
うな
this
奴
situation.
絶対に許せない。
And I definitely can't forgive anyone who sneers at people and toys with them.
お前のような死の概念もめちゃくちゃな奴には理解もできねえだろうがよ。
A person like you, whose very concept of death is all screwed up, probably can't understand that.
これから生きる時間の長さだけじゃない。
I'm not just mad because of the length of time they would have lived afterwards.
一生懸命に生きている奴の人生を嘲笑うこと。
It's sneering at the lives of people living with all they've got.
これが一番。
That's what
俺は許せねえんだ。
That's what I can't forgive the most.
ジョージの兄貴はがむしゃらに頑張って人生を生きてた。
George Niki lives his life by recklessly doing his best.
シャノンちゃんと結婚するために悲壮な覚悟をしてこの日に臨んでいたはずなんだ。
He must have approached this day with a grim resolve to marry Shannon-chan no matter the challenges.
俺みたいに久しぶりにいいとこと会えるなんて浮かれてたやつとはわけが違う。
That's completely different from me, since I was happy just to be able to meet my cousins after a long while.
しかしだな。
But still,
ベアト、
Beato?
今は黙って聞きなさい。
For now, stay silent and listen. Shut your mouth. Indeed.
お前の言い分にも一定の理解をする。
In a way, I understand your point.
お前には自分の復活のためにおかしな碑文に沿った殺人を続ける必要があるってんだろ。
You say you need to continue murdering according to the epitaph for your own resurrection.
だからその範囲内でのお前の殺人は
So, considering your circumstances,
お前の立場の事情を汲み取る限
I can
り
just
ギリギリの理解ができる。
I could just barely bring myself to understand your murders.
それがお前にとっては必要な行為だか
Because to you, it's a necessary course of action.
ら。ならそれ以上の不要な行為は全てお前の無意味な残酷趣味ということになる。
But that means all unnecessary actions you take beyond that are due to your meaningless and brutal taste.
つまり第一の晩に6人を殺すことまでがお前にとっての必要な行為ならば
In other words, killing the 6 people for the first Twilight was a necessary action for you?
顔を砕くとか腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込むなんて真似は全て全く不必要だ。
Then all that show of crushing their faces and splitting their stomachs and stuffing them full of sweets was completely unnecessary,
お前の残酷趣味だってことになる。
and caused by nothing more than your brutal hobby.
俺はお前のこの点について断じて許すことができないんだ。
That's an aspect of you that I definitely cannot forgive. Indeed.
お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺され方を繰り返された時
When you saw Aunt Rosa getting repeatedly killed in that horrible way,
結局は最後には生き返らせるのだか
you
らどう
apparently
殺したっていいじゃないか
you apparently said something like,
みたいなことを言ったそうだな。
if they're going to be brought back to life in the end anyway, doesn't matter how they're killed.
バルギリアに聞いてるぜ。
I heard from Virgilia.
それは
Well, as to that, well,
最後には生き返るなら何度殺してもいいという考えは
that idea that you can kill them as many times as you want, as long as you bring them back to life in the end.
命をもてあそぶだけの全く不必要な行為ではないのか。
Isn't that a completely unnecessary action, with no purpose other than to toy around with someone's life?
殺すなら人思いに殺せ。
If you're going to kill, do it instantly.
もてあそぶな。
Don't toy with them.
殺さないならいたぶるな。
If you won't kill them, then don't bully them.
お前は人の命を自在に操れるのをいいことに命の尊厳を忘れてしまった。
You're taking advantage of the fact that you can do as you will with people's lives, and you've forgotten the sanctity of life.
だから俺は認められないんだ。
So I can't accept or acknowledge you.
命の重みを、そして失った時の悲しみを知らない奴を
I definitely
対
can't
戦相手だと断じて認められない。
I definitely can't accept as my opponent a person who doesn't know the value of a life or the sadness felt when lives are lost.
無限の魔法が邪法と言われるゆえんです。
That is why the endless magic is known as a black art.
無限の魔女に有限の概念はない。
The endless witch has no concept of limitations.
壊す、殺すという有限と終焉の概念がないのです。
She has no concept of the limitations and losses caused by breaking and killing.
それゆえに無限の魔女は時に生と死の狭間をゴム跳びで遊ぶかのように
For that reason, endless witches sometimes start playing by jumping over the gap between life and death,
その行き来を遊び出すようになります。
like it's a game.
それはとてもとても恐ろしいことです。
That is a very, very frightening thing.
だから私は無限の魔女として自ら望み
So as an endless witch, and by my own choosing,
あなたの域まで達しなかったのです。
I never reached your level. It was something Virgilia had been trying to tell Beato for a long time, but Beato had been too young to obediently listen to those words. She had been too wild. She had been possessed by that detestable pleasure.
壺を割ってはならぬと言われてきた。
Did I read that right? Yeah, okay. I have been told not to break faces.
でもだからこそいつか割ってみたいと思っていた。
But that's why I wanted to break them.
そして無限の魔法を得
Then I gained the endless magic.
ていくら壊しても好きなだけ元に直せると知ったとき
When I knew that I could fix them back to normal no matter how badly I broke them,
わらわは壺を壊すこれほどまでに楽しかったのか
I was surprised at how much fun. I keep cutting people off. I was surprised at how fun it could be to break a vase.
それを禁忌の蜜と呼びます。
That is what's known as the forbidden honey.
人はその中身に惹かれるのではない。
People are not captivated by what's inside.
それを封ずる錠前に惹かれるのです。
They are captivated by the sealed lock.
実に嘆かわしいことです。
It is truly regrettable.
バルギリアに聞きたい。
I want to ask you, Virgilia,
無限の魔法なんてものがどうしてあるんだ。
why does this thing called the endless magic exist?
それは何のためにこの世にあるんだ。
For what purpose does it exist in this world?
無限の魔法に限らず、
It is not limited to the endless magic.
魔法はすべて人の世に幸福をもたらすために存在するのです。
All magic exists to bring happiness to the human world.
今さらバトラ君には信じがたいでしょうが、私たち魔女は人の世に恵みを与えるために
After everything that has happened, it may be difficult for you to believe, Badler-kun, but in order to bring blessings to the human world,
人と人ならざる者たちとの架け橋になるべく修行を重ねているのです。
we witches are supposed to become bridges between humans and non-humans, and that's why we train so hard.
死者を繰り返し蘇らせ、何度もいじめ殺すことでどう人の世に役立つってんだ。
How does reviving the dead and torturing them to death over and over again help the human world?
大切な形見の壺が割れてしまった時、
When a vase that was an important memento is broken,
それを直すことで誰もが笑顔を取り戻すならば、私は何度でも魔法にて直すでしょう。
if by fixing it, everyone will regain their smiles, I would repair it with magic as many times as necessary.
しかしそれは壊すために直すのではありません。
However, I would not be fixing it in order to break it again.
人に幸福を与えるために蘇らせるのです。
I would be reviving it to give humans happiness.
だとしたら、
In that case,
ベアト、
Beato,
お前は無限の魔女。失格だな。
you fail as an endless witch. Indeed.
今俺は漠然と思ったことが
There's this thing I've been vaguely thinking about.
どうして俺がお前とこんなおかしなゲームを延々と続けてるのか
Why do I keep playing this strange game against you?
これは俺を屈服させるためのゲームじゃない
Maybe this game isn't about making me surrender.
お前が本当の意味で無限の魔女に認められるための試験ではないのかってな
Maybe it's a test for you to be accepted as an endless witch, in the truest sense.
知らぬわ
I don't know about that.
わらわがそなたにゲームを申し込んでいるのはその単なる暇つぶしだ
The reason I proposed this game to you was, simply as a way to kill time. Beatrice, you are on thin ice already. You cannot badly lie to Battler right now. Come on. Come on now.
誰の思惑でもないわ
Come on now. There are no ulterior motives at work.
俺は今ワルギリアからの魔女の定義を聞いた
Just now, I heard the definition of witch from Virgilia.
それによるならばベアト
By that definition, you, Beato,
お前は魔女ですらない
are not even a witch.
その修行の途中で自らの力を誤解した見習いってことになる
You're an apprentice who's still in training, and who misunderstands your own power.
これは魔女と人間の戦いのはず
This was supposed to, This was supposed to a fight. I think this was supposed to be a fight between a witch and a human.
ならば魔女でないお前に俺の相手としての資格はない
If you aren't a witch, then you aren't qualified to be my opponent.
わかるな
Understand?
わらわがま
You
だ
say
見習い風情だと
I'm still
申すか
only an apprentice?
ならばわらわはいつそなたの対戦相手だと再び認められるのか
Then, when will I be accepted as your opponent again?
いつこのゲームを再開できるというのか
When can we resume this game? Oh, she's
さあ
upset.
な
Who knows?
それは少なくとも今じゃない
At the very least, it isn't now.
お前が俺の言った話をちゃんと理解できて本当の魔女になった時
When you fully understand what I've said and become a real witch,
俺はお前を再びゲームの対戦相手だと認めるだろうよ
I'll probably accept you as my opponent in this game once more.
そのような抽象的な言い方ではわからぬ
I can't understand it if you say it so abstractly like that.
どうすればお前の許しを超えるのかはっき
Clearly,
りと聞かせよ
clearly tell me what I should do to earn your forgiveness. God, they really are like a couple going through a rough patch. Like, it is so them like being an arguing couple. Like, they're so, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
いいやこれで十分だ
No, I've said enough.
あとはお前が考えろ
You think about the rest.
俺が言いたいのは以上だ
That's all I want to say.
理解ができないならワルギリアやロノウェに相談してみろ
If you can't figure it out, try talking with Virgilia and Renove.
お前みたいなガキンチョはまず大人の言葉に耳を傾けるところから始めやがれ
A brat like you should start off by listening to what the adults say.
ワルギリア
Virgilia?
ゲームは一度中断する
Suspend the game for now.
ロノウェが代行を降りた以上
Now that Renove has stepped down as a representative,
あとはベアトが対局者としてふさわしい資格を持つのを待つしかない
all we can do is wait for Beato to gain the qualifications of a proper opponent.
了解しました
Understood.
ベアトがその資格を得たと認められるまでゲームを対局者不在のまま進行させます
Until Beato has been acknowledged as having earned those qualifications, the game will proceed without an opponent.
ベアトもそれでよろしいですね
Is that alright with you too, Beato? I have no objections.
わらわは時間とゆっくり考えられる場所が欲しい。
I want time and a place where I can think at a leisurely pace.
これにて席を外してもよい。
May I leave my seat for that?
ああ、いいぜ。
Yeah, that's fine.
それではまた。
Well then, see you later.
待てよ。
Wait,
そう、しょぼくれた顔すんな。
don't make that dejected face.
それはすまぬな。
Like I hate to say it like this, but I swear me and someone have broken up and had a conversation just like this. Like this is exactly the conversation when like you and someone else are like things are extremely rocky, and it's just like you're having that discussion where things are like a hairline fracture away from like just completely ending, and you're both testing the waters and you don't know if like it's like officially done or something. That is exactly what they're doing right here. It's killing me. It's absolutely killing me. Sorry about that.
わらわは胸の内がすべて顔に出る性分。
It's just affecting me so much for some reason. Letting everything inside my heart show up on my face is part of my personality.
偽れぬ。
I cannot deceive.
なら、まだ構成の余地はあるってことだぜ。
Then maybe there's still some hope for you.
一つだけ約束する。
Let me promise you one thing.
俺はお前とのゲームに勝つかもしれないし、負けるかもしれない。
In this game with you, I might win and I might lose.
お前が戻ってこなけりゃ不戦勝ってこともあるだろうよ。
If you don't come back, it might be my victory by default. At that point, Battler stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully.
しかし、絶対に俺からは降りない。
However, I definitely won't be the one to step down.
お前を不戦勝にだけは絶対にしない。
I definitely won't give you a victory by default.
お前が再び俺の好敵手としてそこに座るの。
I'll keep on
俺は
waiting.
ずっとここで待っているぞ。
I'll keep on waiting here for you to sit there again as my worthy opponent.
バトラ様。
Battler-sama.
ありがとう
Thank you,
な、バトラ
Battler.
ー。わらわはきっとそなたに認められて戻ってくるぞ。
I will definitely come back and be accepted by you. And in the scenario that I'm likening this to, Renove and Virgilia are like the shared friends that you have, that they're just like awkwardly in the same room as you as this is happening. And they're trying to like maintain the peace as best as they can. After showing a hopeful smile for a very short while, Beato vanished. After seeing her expression as she left, Battler was absolutely convinced that her face could tell no lies. Back in the real world. The 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now, it was clear that those who went outside would not return alive. Rudolph's group had gone out with 2 guns and a master key, but those had been lost. It was already clear that those had been stolen by the culprit. Because the shutters were closed on the windows, they couldn't be opened even if the culprit had a master key. The front and back doors that led to the outside were all sealed by chains, and they were further blocked with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them.
台風が今となってはむしろ幸いかもしれん。
At this point, the typhoon may actually be fortunate.
もしも晴れていたならゲストハウスに放火するという手もあり得たかもしれん。
If it were clear outside, it might have been possible for them to set fire to the guest house. Those who went outside would not return alive, said the ones who just returned. I was actually confused as to what because I was confused for a second, because I thought the game was saying, like, oh, the ones who went to go check, because they went and checked on the people that died, right? So then I was like, wait, are they also confirming that the ones that checked on the dead ones are not coming back as well? It was very strange. I was very caught off guard for a sec there. If it were clear outside, it might have been possible for them to set fire to the guest house.
そもそも台風でなかったなら午前中に船が来てたわ。
If there wasn't a typhoon in the first place, the boat would have arrived before noon.
それを不幸中の幸いと言えるかは微妙ね。
That's not much of a silver lining.
エヴァさん、体の具合はいかがですか？
Eva-san, how do you feel?
無理をされないようにしてください。
Please, try to take it easy.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
熱はまだ感じるけど、そんなことを言ってる場合じゃない。
I still feel like I have a fever, but this is no time to complain about that.
このためにも今は寝込んでる場合じゃない。
For the children's sake as well, it's no time to be bedridden. After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's corpse, Eva had felt a strong self-awareness of her position as a mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. In actual fact, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. If she didn't keep a strong hold on herself, she felt as though the fever would make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor formed a final line of defense set up by Kraus, Natsui, and Eva. I do need a quick check here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. How many are supposed to be dead? But I mean, let me see. 6 blank. Okay, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We need 13 dead. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 2 more? Two more out of these. Honestly, look at this. Look at this family here. Staying strong. The Jessica Natsuhi Kraus alliance. Untouched. Untouched. Let me make a prediction. I'm gonna say I think Nanjo makes it. I think Eva makes it, surprisingly. I actually think if we're gonna, I think Kraus and Natsui die. And then the 5 remaining would be the kids, Eva, and Nanjo. That's my prediction. The children and the guests, Nanjo, had been strongly warned not to go downstairs without taking great care. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack from the 2nd floor. But it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an insecure position. The 2nd floor is relatively safe compared to the 1st. Battler and George had also wanted to remain on the 1st floor so they could fight if the worst happened. But Eva had put a stop to that. In her mind, George was now the only member of her family. It seemed that she didn't even want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the 1st floor. Kraus and Natsui could understand that feeling. Also, a great deal of time had passed since the siege began. In the 2nd floor cousin's room, Battler, George, and Jessica sat dazed, and didn't even listen to the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and tried to lend them words of encouragement, but when he realized that he might actually be having the opposite effect, he hid himself in his own room on the same 2nd floor. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs inserted in his notebook. It was from the time he'd taken a vacation to Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photos. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and strength of the wind, and even what he had been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken, as clearly as though it had been yesterday. So to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa he had seen with her, and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and his ears. George had strived to be reborn after meeting Shannon. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse a request, and easily used by those around him. He had resolved himself to become a strong man who could make her life more joyous. Therefore, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ishiromiya George would probably have lived a very different life. And the George of that different life surely wouldn't have been as excellent a man as he is now. Simpler times. The person I am now exists for Shannon's sake. Now that Shannon is gone, why do I exist? It's completely meaningless, isn't it? He felt a deep, deep sadness, as though he himself had become empty. That feeling must have been tormenting him this whole time. However, until Battler mentioned it, he hadn't been aware of the feeling himself. He'd finally managed to remember that it should have been all right for him to cry much, much more. So he cried. Just like Battler had, he cried himself dry. By now, his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he couldn't cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He was not meaningless now, and he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. The dead don't come back to life. He would have to get over being separated from his most beloved person. If he were to chase after Shannon and kill himself, she would surely be deeply dejected. It worked the other way around too. If he had died, and Shannon had chased after him, throwing away her own life, he wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. So he chose to surpass his sadness and anger. Oh? And decided to thank her instead. After meeting Shannon, she made his days rich and full, and taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she had shaped him into the kind of person he had wanted to be. He wanted to thank her for that. He tried to quell his sadness in this way, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He understood it logically. He knew that grieving any more than this would only make his grieve in heaven. Only make her grieve in heaven. That makes a lot more sense. But that didn't bring a stop to his sadness. Oh yeah, the vacation, yeah. True, true. Oh, they're so in love. Why is it that when people die, it's so sad like this? Battler muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. His question probably hadn't been directed at anyone, but Jessica answered. It's always sad when you have to say goodbye.
でもそれが例えば老いであるとか何かの時間であるとか
It's always sad when you have to say goodbye, but when the person's old or there's some time,
あらかじめ約束されていていつか訪れる別れであると分かっているものは
when you know beforehand that it's coming, sooner or later,
その悲しみを
長い時間をかけてあらかじめ薄めておくことができる。
That sadness gets spread out over a long period of time.
それを許されないから突然の不幸は悲しいんだろうよ。
When misfortune comes suddenly, it's sad, because you don't even get that time.
なるほどな。
I see.
そりゃ病気にでもかかって何年も昏睡状態になってりゃ少しずつ心の整理もついてくだろうけど。
I see. So, if they get sick or something and end up bedridden in a hospital, you might be able to ready yourself for it bit by bit.
ある日突然じゃその暇もねえもんな。
But when it happens suddenly someday, you don't get that luxury.
本来なら数年をかけて薄めるべき悲しみが一度に押し寄せる。
The sadness that's usually spread out over several years closes in on you all at once.
そりゃ辛いわけさ。
That's pretty tough.
時には人の生涯に傷を残すほど深い悲しみを与えることもあるかもしれない。
Sometimes, it makes you feel a sadness so deep, it can leave scars for life.
生涯に傷を残すほど。
Scars for life, huh?
じいさまのオカルト趣味もさ、
My grandfather's occult hobby.
そうささやかれてたんだよな。
People say that's what's caused it.
例のベアトリーチェって愛人を大昔に亡くして、それが悲しくて悲しくて立ち直れなくて。
That Beatrice, his mistress died a long time ago, and he was so sad that he couldn't pull himself together.
それで死者を蘇らせるためのオカルトの研究に残りの人生を全て捧げるようになったのではないかって。
That was a lot of words for some people whisper
そうささやかれてた。
that this is why he started sacrificing the rest of his life to occult research in order to revive the dead.
だとしたらじいさまは最後の土壇場でその奇跡を成し遂げたな。
If that's true, grandfather succeeded in that miracle in his last moments.
犯人は蘇ったベアトリーチェでじいさまは殺される瞬間に再会できたってことになるぜ。
The culprit is the revived Beatrice, and grandfather was reunited with her at the moment he was killed.
自分で蘇らせてそれに殺されるとは皮肉な話さ。
Pretty ironic that he revived her and then got killed by her.
それでもおじいさまは会えたんだろうね。
Even so, grandfather probably managed to meet her.
人生の半分を賭してもう一度会いたいと願った女性に。
He gambled half of his life, and even though it was only for a short time,
わずかなひとときとはいえ再会できたんだろうね。
he was reunited with the woman he wished to see once again.
丸焼きにされちまったけどな。
Then he got totally roasted, though.
人生の半分をかけた研究にしてはちょいと割の合わない成果だろうぜ。
Feels like that result doesn't quite add up to the cost of researching for half his life. I think I'll check out for today. We'll catch the VOD later. No worries. Have a nice rest of your night. Okay, then he got totally roasted, though. Feels like that result doesn't quite add up to the cost of researching for half his life.
そんなことはないよ。
Definitely some sad deaths. That's not true.
たとえほんのひとときであったとしても
Even if it was only for an instant.
愛した女性に再会できたおじいさまは幸せだったはずさ。
Grandfather must have been happy to be reunited with the woman he loved.
仮に生命の摂理に逆らった罪を神に咎められて
And that would be true, even if his crime of going against divine providence was punished by God.
その身を焼かれ地獄に落とされたとしても
And his body was burnt and sent down to hell.
その見返りの再会がほんのわずかな時間だったとしてもね。
Even if that reunion only lasted a very short time, right?
ジョージ兄さん、
George Nissan.
神の怒りに触れてこの身を焼かれようとも構わない。
I wouldn't care when I met. I wouldn't care I met with the wrath of God and had my body burned.
わずかな時間でもいいから
Even if it was just for a short amount of time.
シャノンを再び蘇らせてくれるなら
If I could revive Shannon again.
僕は残りの人生すべてをおじい様と同じ研究に捧げるよ
I would sacrifice the rest of my life to the same research as grandfather.
5分でいいから
I want to talk with Shannon again.
シャノンともう一度言葉を交わしたい
Even if it's only for 5 minutes.
1分でもいいから
Even 1 minute would be fine.
それと引き換えに全ての人生を捧げても僕は構わない
In exchange, I wouldn't mind sacrificing the rest of my life.
兄貴
Aniki. Battler and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was causing George pain. They could do nothing more than shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts to Kinzo's life. He sacrificed half his life to research that no one understood. Okay. And, on the last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most. And probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. George didn't know how much time they'd had together. He didn't know if they'd be given an hour or just 5 minutes. However, that moment must have been enough to reward him for all those months of research. Even though he spent dozens of years to achieve it, that small amount of time was probably more than worth it to him. Until today, I never believed in the occult or magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of grandfather's research, thinking of it as nothing more than a pastime. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No, to the contrary, I'll believe strongly that it's real. If the power of belief can create miracles, I'll probably throw away all my studies up until today, spending the rest of my life from today onward studying magic. Give me the power of magic, and give me a miracle that'll let me see Shannon again.
ごめんよみんな
Sorry, you two.
僕もどうかしてる
What am I talking about?
魔法で死者が蘇るくらいだったら
If you could revive the dead with magic,
世界中の人々が魔法を学ぶだろうね
people would probably be researching it everywhere around the world.
でも現実にはそんなことはない
But things like that don't exist in reality.
誰も学ばない
No one researches it.
死者が魔法では蘇らないって知っているから
That's because they know the dead can't be revived with magic.
ごめんよ妙なことを言い出して
Sorry for saying something so weird.
僕のせいでおかしな空気になっちゃったね
It's my fault that the atmosphere here has gotten so strange.
みんなだって辛いだろうに気を使わせてごめん
Sorry for making you tiptoe around me, even though this is tough for us all. Even if I did it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did say something strange. If I keep talking about stuff that's so weird, I'm sure it won't do anything good for their sadness. But that doesn't mean I can bear the silence.
僕は下に行ってもう一杯コーヒーをもらってくる
I'll go downstairs and get another cup of coffee.
うちの母さんコーヒーの入れ方にはこだわりがあるんだよ
Mom's very particular about how she likes hers.
みんなもおかわりはいるかい
Does anyone else want a refill? Balakun and Jessica Chan lightly shook their heads. Without pressing them any further, I took my mug and left the room. The shutters were all closed in the hallway, so the corridor was very dim. I tried visiting Dr. Nandra's room and asking if he wanted more coffee, but he said he didn't need any either. It seems my mother's orthodox method of making coffee isn't universally appreciated. One time, I made some for Shannon, but she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong. Shannon. That's no good. Even though I left the room to change my mood, that image of Shannon's face filling my head hasn't faded in the slightest. I keep seeing those fun days with her more and more vividly. And it's saddening that I never even got a chance to see her dead face. According to our parents, she was apparently killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were trying to console me, but they had said her dead face had been very beautiful and peaceful. Wonder if she had the engagement ring I gave her last night on her finger. If she accepted my engagement, she should have had it on her ring finger on her left hand, of her left hand. Last night, we were both on the edge of losing it and not calm at all. Shannon accepted my engagement pretty courageously, but she might have regretted that as a rash action once she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. Wonder if she has the ring on now. I want to be sure of at least that much. I want to know how she felt at the very end. No, George! George, no! George, no! But even if I do confirm that, it doesn't mean she'll come back. I wonder what will happen to her body. After the autopsy, it'll probably be immediately cremated. Then, I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all eternity.
僕はシャノンを失ったショックで
Huh. Has the shock of losing Shannon
少しおかしくなってるのかな
made me go a little crazy? I don't want her body to be burned. If she's burned and turned to ash, never again will it be possible for her to revive. They say cremation is frowned upon in Western tradition, because on the day of resurrection, there'd be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as a punishment, and their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death.
つまりそれは
In other words,
西洋人は
that's because
死者が蘇る奇跡の存在を
Western people
知っていたからなんだ
knew of a miracle that can revive the dead.
でも日本にはその奇跡がなかったから焼いてしまうんだ
But because that miracle doesn't exist in Japan, we burned them. Now I understand. I understand why my grandfather idolized the Western occult. That was his only reason from the very beginning. Just to revive the person dear to him, grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us now is abnormal. Grandfather did revive his beloved Beatrice. And that Beatrice has carried out a terrible serial murder, with linked closed rooms that force us to conclude that magic was used. The Golden Witch, Beatrice, the incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult, and also the culprit who killed Shannon. She's an entity I should hate, and yet, for some reason, I want to cling to her. I wonder if Shannon could be revived with the magic of miracles, which grandfather bet his life on. According to the legend of the Ishimiya family, grandfather met with her long ago and was given a vast quantity of gold. Then, if I also met with her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? As collateral. I don't care what sort of devil's contract she imposed. I wouldn't mind sacrificing all my remaining life. George probably couldn't believe or realize that his voiceless wish was heard by the witch herself, who stood right behind him. Oh shit. Beatrice had been listening to that entire discussion between the children just now in the cousin's room. Battler had told her that she didn't know the value of a human's life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited, listening in on their discussion.
それが願いだというのか
That is your wish, you say?
それを叶えればわらわは魔女だと認められるのか
If I could grant that, would I be accepted as a witch? Beata looked at the palms of both of her hands. She had handed over most of her once surging magical power when the new witch succeeded the name of the Endless Witch. Of course, current power still made her worthy of being called a witch, but it could not begin to compare to her previous strength.
無限の魔法などなくともわらわは千年に名を轟かす大魔女であるぞ
Even without the endless magic, I'm a great witch whose name has been thundered for 1,000 years.
死者を蘇らすなど造作もないことよ
Reviving the dead will be no trouble at all. Inside her head, she thought about several magical steps she could take to revive the dead. Even magic that should have been easy in the past would be difficult with her current power. She thought of something, then clicked her tongue, then did so again, over and over. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell, but that was a spell that she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches with weak power used, one that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beato had looked down upon that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to search for any conceivable alternative. But in the end, she couldn't think of one and slumped over in self-derision. Then, careful not to surprise him, she softly called out. Softly, to George's heart. Whoa.
Ushiromiya George.
Ushiromiya George.
わらわの声が聞こえるか?
Can you hear my voice?
聞こえるとも。
Whoa! Meta George! Oh, we have a Meta George sighting. Don't panic. Don't panic. I can hear you.
あなたは誰だい?
Who are you?
本当に魔女のベアトリーチェ?
Are you really the witch, Beatrice?
それとも僕の悲しみが生んだ幻想なのか?
Or are you an illusion created by my sorrow?
もしも前者だったなら
If it's the former,
僕の願いを聞いてほしい。
if it's the former, please hear my wish.
そして後者なら僕をそっとしておいてほしい。
And if it's the latter, just leave me alone. The conversation in a mental world was a lot like having one in a dream. When you dream, haven't you ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? The conversation in this world was like that. So even though a witch appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised. Indeed.
わらわの黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
本来わらわとそなたこうして会話を交わすことなどできん。
Normally, you and I would not be able to talk together in this manner.
しかしそなたがわらわのことを強く意識し会話を望むから。
However, you are strongly conscious of me and wish to have a discussion.
こうして互いのチャンネルを合わせることができる。
So both of our channels are able to match like this.
シャノンを殺したのが
I don't care if the person who killed Shannon was you.
あなたなのかあなたを名乗る何者かの仕業なのか僕はどうでもいい。
Or someone else using your name.
ただあなたが本当の魔女として存在しているならば
As long as you exist as a real witch,
どんな対価にも応じる。
I'll pay whatever cost you ask for.
僕の命を望むなら今すぐに捧げてもいい。
If you desire my life, take it right now.
どうかシャノンを生き返らせてほしい。
Please. I want you to bring Shannon back to life.
それが無理ならせめてわずかの間話をさせてくれるだけでもいい。
If that's impossible, I'd be satisfied if you just let me talk to her for a short while.
お願いだ。
Please.
対価はいらぬ。
I ask for nothing in return.
その願い
I shall grant that wish.
叶えて使わ。
本当に
Oh, I cut her off somehow. Really?
本当にシャノンを
Really? You'll revive Shannon?
うん。
Indeed.
だが反言の魔法を扱うには今のわらわには魔力が足りぬ。
However, my current magical power is not sufficient to use the magic of resurrection.
だからそなたの手を借りねばならぬ。
Therefore, I must rely on your help.
僕にできることならどんなことでも。
If there's anything I can do, I'll do it.
それが僕の心臓を今すぐこの場で取り出すことであったとしても僕は躊躇しない。
Even if that means taking my heart out right here and now, I will not hesitate.
そんなものいらぬという
I told you. I don't need anything like that.
わらわは魔法を唱え
I will chant the magic.
さすれば冥府の扉に隙間ができる
Then, a gap will open in the door to the land of the dead.
だが今のわらわにはその隙間よりシャノンの魂を連れ出せるほどの力はない
But as I am now, I do not have the power to bring Shannon's soul up through that gap.
しかしシャノンのことを強く思うそなたなら
However, you have strong feelings for Shannon.
その思いを魔力に変えて彼女の魂を必ずや連れ戻せるだろう
And those feelings will surely become magic that can bring her soul out without fail.
どう
What do you say?
わらわを手伝う
Will you help me?
手伝うとも
I will.
シャノンの命が蘇るなら
If Shannon's life will be restored,
僕は何を失うことも恐れない
there's nothing I'm afraid to lose. George's fist shook in silence. Then, he slowly came to his senses. He had been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hall that whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was still there.
そんな夢じゃない
What the? It isn't a dream?
静かにせよ
Be quiet.
今のわらわはとても脆い
I'm very fragile now.
この上さらに他の人間まで現れたら姿を保ちきれぬ
If any more humans appear, I'll not be able to preserve this form.
そなたの願いは叶えるから今は沈黙せよ
I shall grant your wish, so stay silent for now.
よいか
Understand? George covered his mouth with both hands, nodding enthusiastically several times. In that instant, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled it around and caught it. He was afraid that if it fell to the floor and made a loud sound, the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared at the witch in front of him again. Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream.
さあシャノンが眠る客室へ行くぞ
Come, let us go to the parlor where Shannon sleeps.
そなたの思いの力にて彼女の魂を連れ戻すのだ
With the power of your feelings, we will bring back her soul.
行くってどうやって
You say go, but how?
下には母さんたちがいる
My mother and the rest are downstairs.
表へ出るのを許してくれるわけがない
There's no way they let us go outside.
それにあなたはさっき他の人間が現れたら姿を保てないと言わなかったかい
And didn't you just say that you wouldn't be able to preserve your form if another human appeared?
そういえばそうだったな
Come to think of it, that's true.
下にはクラウスたちがおった
So, Kraus and the rest are downstairs.
それでは確かに下へ降りられぬな
In that case, we definitely cannot go down.
なら1階へ降りずに屋敷へ行けばいいではないか
In that case, we definitely cannot go down. Oh, I might have already read that. Well then, we just need to go to the mansion without going down to the first floor, right?
簡単な話
It's simple. Beato laughed as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. Pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped a window with its shutter closed. When she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened the lock on the window as though melting it. Then, the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The clasp unset itself, also without making a sound, and it quietly opened. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction or something related to the construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance that opened to the outside was a dream or an illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real.
さあ行くぞ
Come, let us go.
ついてまいる
Come with me. Beato gently floated upwards. It was a natural action, like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as though you were swimming through the water. No, George did believe that. So, without thinking, just as she had done, he also, gently, as though swimming in the water, lifted his feet. Huh? Huh? Huh?
やるではないか。
Not bad.
わらわが説明するよりも早く空を舞うことを覚えたか。
So, you learned how to dance in the sky faster than I could explain it. George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beato was also shocked that George, who shouldn't have been able to use magic, had figured out how to do that just by instinct.
空が
To be able to
飛べるなんて
fly in the air,
泳げるなんて
to swim in the air.
理屈を考えてはならぬ。
You mustn't be bound by reason.
それが自然なことであると受け入れる。
Accept it as a natural thing.
ニュートンとかアインシュタインとか人間たちの競技を思い出してはならぬぞ。
You mustn't fall back on your human doctrines, such as those of Newton and Einstein.
特に高き空を飛んでいるときに
Especially when flying high in the sky.
墜落する未熟な魔女も時に
Inexperienced witches sometimes plummet to the earth.
あるがままを受け入れる
I accept things for what they appear to be.
あるがままを受け入れる
I accept things for what they appear to be. George repeated those words over and over. He must not deny magic no matter what. Denying that would be like throwing away what might be his first and last chance to revive Shannon. However, compared to Beato, who was elegantly drifting like smoke, George's movements clearly resembled someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't act like he was kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he'd be caught by the force of gravity bit by bit.
わらわが初めて空を舞った時よりは上出来であると褒めてる。
I must say you're doing better than when I first danced through the sky.
行くぞ。
Here we go.
ついてまいる。
Come with me. When Beato beckoned to George, she gently flew into the stormy sky. It was just like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolding before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream.
空を飛べるのはすごいけどすごい風と雨だ
Being able to fly is incredible, but so is the wind and the rain.
なんだ。雨と風に苛まれるのか。
What's this? Are the wind and rain tormenting you?
それを防ぐ魔法を教えてもよいが。
I could teach you magic to block against that.
今のそなたには早いし。今はそれを習う時間を割くのも惜しかろう。
But it may be too early for you, and it may be a misuse of time right now.
ええ
Yes,
僕が必要としている魔法はそれじゃない
the magic I need isn't that. George wore a strong-willed gaze, refusing to let the wind and rain get to him.
見えてきたぞ。屋敷だ。
The mansion's coming into sight.
もう少し頑張れよ。
Hold out just a little longer.
今落ちればバラの茂みだぞ。
If you fall now, you'll hit the bushes in the rose garden. The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch and George's gazes. This illusion-like scene no longer surprised George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes.
シャン待ってて
Shannon, wait for me.
必ず君を蘇らせてみせる
I will definitely revive you. Oh shit. Honestly, let's end it there. Let's. I wanted to read, like, if this was like gonna be like 2 or 3 sentences, I'd be like yes, but I have a fear that this is gonna go deep into Eva Beatrice being maniacal or something here. So we'll end on the night there. Exactly there. Oh my God, Chester, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of my sight. Let's go ahead and save the page there. Good stream. Good stream. Good stream. Like I said at the start of this, keep in mind, next Saturday, there will almost for surely be no streams. I think I'll be out all day on Saturday. So, there will not be any Umineko Saturday happening. So I'm leaning towards doing Friday night Umineko, but it most likely won't be a big whole ordeal. It'll probably just be like a regular weeknight stream. So a couple hours maybe at most of Umineko next week, probably. So little light on Umineko next week. Tomorrow, Sunday, I'm thinking of just doing another Final Fantasy 16 day stream tomorrow for a good chunk of time. I think last time I checked, I think the game was telling me I was at like 48% done of all story missions and stuff, so we've definitely hit like a halfway point in that game. So that'll be tomorrow during the day. And then throughout the week, next week, probably more Final Fantasy 16, more Master Detective Archives Rain Code for sure, and we'll just probably alternate through those. So I think that's all I had to say. Thank you so much for watching, as always. Always appreciated. Hope you enjoyed. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday night. Have a great Sunday as well. Yeah. That's it. I guess see you for another stream. So, until then, so long.